All right, good morning and welcome. We'll go ahead and start our board meeting here. The first item that we're going to start with is our Pledge of Allegiance. So, Amy, are you ready?
Yeah, I believe Ben's going to be sharing his screen for this portion.
Okay, perfect. All right. Good morning, everybody. Amy, do you want to go ahead? Are you doing roll call of board members?
Yes, Madam Co-Chair, I'm happy to do roll call. So let's go ahead and start with Mr. Ahrens.
I'm here.
Mr. Brown. And I do see Mr. Brown on the line. Mr. Coyne.
Present.
Ms. DeVore.
Here.
Ms. Johnson. Here. Mr. Kenyon.
Here.
Mr. Kinsler.
Here.
Mr. Klein.
Here.
Mr. Law.
Here.
Ms. Moore.
Here.
Mr. Smith.
Here.
Ms. Thayer.
Present.
And Ms. Tomasi.
Here.
Madam Co-Chair, you have a full board. So you have quorum.
Yay. Well, welcome everybody. We'll go ahead and continue to move down the agenda, as I know we have a full agenda today for our discussion. Let's go ahead and start with the consent agenda. So on the consent agenda will be the meeting minutes for September 8th for the regular board meeting. November and December people report on page 11 of your board packet, and then quarterly challenge loan report on page 16, and the quarterly SBIR report on page 18. Is there anything that anybody would like to remove from the consent agenda? Okay. Do I have a motion for consideration of approval of the items of the consent on the consent agenda?
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion from Alex and a second from, was that Kim?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, and a second from Kim. Perfect. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, motion passes. Okay, please note in your board packets, there are written reports from the regional directors on page 22. So they'll not be giving a report today, but they gave it in writing. So please take a look at those, and if you have any questions, let us know. And then Josh, I will turn it over to you for the CEO report.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair and Board of Directors. Thanks for having me today. Appreciate the time. What I thought I would do is share my screen and walk through the presentation that that I gave during JAC last week, and make sure that everyone got a chance to see that and ask any questions on that. I think it's actually a pretty good topic, obviously, for today, but it's also a good thing for us because we don't really necessarily do anything special for JAC. We just continue to do what we do all the time. And as such, you know, each year we look at our budget, we look at what kinds of needs we're going to have as an organization, and we go to the governor and the Joint Appropriations Committee and say, hey, this is what we're going to need to operate. These are the opportunities that we see out there. These are the gaps we have in personnel or funding, And, we want to begin to kind of create that dialogue that's ongoing. And so while, we do an awful lot of work to prep for this, in some ways, it's really just an extension of our normal work. And so there are some things that we learned this time that we will continue to do into the future. And there are things that I wanted to just walk through today to kind of give everybody a pretty good idea of where we are with our budget request that went in front of JAC last week. So with that, I'll go ahead and kind of just jump in. And one of the things that we have been working on with JAC and with the legislature, and of course this board knows firsthand, is that the Business Ready Communities program is something that quite simply, it's a pretty magical program. If you think about the way it is able to build capacity in a community, the way it's able to protect the state's assets, and the way it is honoring our Constitution, it's just a darn good program. It's a great piece of legislation. It's really stood the test of time. And there's some flexibility in it that is what I'll call a gift and a curse in some ways. I think it's a gift to have a really broad program that gives us the ability to do a lot of different things. And it's a gift because we can utilize the same program to solve a number of different problems. And that's the key, is if we go in first and trying to understand what is the growth problem within this community? What are the things that we can do to build capacity? If we can truly understand those, we have a program to solve that. Now, the curse of this program is that because it is so broad and so flexible and has a lot of things that it can do, people assume that it should do all of those every time, anytime. And I think that's what this board has really done a great job of, is with our team and the board together, we've really begun to narrowly focus what we're going to work on and the process in which we take to decide what the growth problem is. How do we build local capacity? How do we keep assets in our communities and really kind of keep that money working for us into the future? And so when we look at programs, this is all going to be, all like nod and smile because you know this, but we look at creating that local resilience and getting rid of any constraints to growth. And we look at how do we really sort of make sure that we're developing economic development engines within each community that we work. And so it's been a great program and it will continue to be a great program, maybe with some tweaks here and there, but ultimately, we've got a really strong foundation as long as we continue to make those tough decisions. This is something that, to me, actually, the first time I saw this funding graph, I sort of went, oh goodness, it's been a little bit challenging over time. If you kind of look at the fit of that graph, it's not going in the right direction. And again, I think that's a consequence of many things, not just the state's ability to fund programs, but I think it also it's a fact that there were a lot of folks wondering what types of things is the Business Council funding, should they be funding, and how do we make sure that we're getting the most out of the money that we put into the state. And the term ROI comes up a lot. When I talk to legislators, the term ROI is really critical to them. They want to make sure that they're making good investments with the state's money, and we can't agree more. And so what we've been able to continue to do is narrow our focus in our projects. And I think if you look at these 4 bullet points, it becomes really, really clear what kinds of projects we fund. And so it's, I think over the last 2.5, 3 years, there's been more and more clarity is being built. But I think over time, you can look at the projects we've done, and this is what they are, that these are the things that they do, and it fits how our decisions are being made. One of the things that I wanted to mention on this slide is that the funny thing is that I've done this a couple times with JAC, and I've talked to our board about this as well, is that I'm almost as proud of the projects we've said no to as the projects we've said yes to. And it's not because the projects we've said no to were necessarily bad projects, but they just didn't fit these 4 bullets as well as we need them to. And what that has allowed us to do is to be a little bit more discerning. We're a little bit more careful with our money, but it's allowed us to, even in the times of low budgets, to have money to be able to make investments where we need them. Now, one thing that I want to make really clear is that we did ask for the governor requested $30 million more to be put in BRC during the supplemental budget, which is great. I think that's a good start, and it's a really good thing for us. But we're not going to just open up the floodgates and start spreading money around anymore. We're going to use the exact same laser focus and perhaps even become more laser focused. But because our budget is still really, really precious, and I never want to be at a spot where we say, oh, we have so much money, we just spread it around with disregard to the principles here. So when we looked at what our request to joint appropriations should be, we looked at all of the things that are out in the state going on right now. And I don't think that there's a single Wyomingite that's been paying attention that doesn't think right now is maybe the most exciting time to be alive in Wyoming. There are just so many really cool opportunities. There's also a lot of things that are happening right now that aren't necessarily great, but we're kind of seeing a balancing act, or even maybe more opportunities than we would have seen a few years ago, because of some of the projects that are going on across the state. So we started to look at the different types of projects that were available to us to fund. And so we began to kind of look at it as a funnel, and how many projects there are, what their certainty is, and the types of projects they are. So I'm going to walk through these kind of 3 different buckets to just give you an idea. Now, these buckets are all things that we can fund. They're all projects that in some ways they're very similar, but we just grouped them in this way for ease and to kind of think about them in maybe these categories. So the first bucket are what we call known projects. And these known projects are what you might consider sort of like a typical BRC project. Our regional directors, our services team were out there working within the communities, trying to understand their problems and challenges and understand the projects that might help those. And we've been working on some of these projects for a number of maybe even years, but definitely months to understand the scope, schedule, and budget. So we know what they are. And we have a pretty good idea of whether they will pass muster or not. So when I later in the presentation, when I talk about the number that's behind this bucket, there's quite a bit of certainty around that number, because again, we understand these projects at a really high level, and we also understand whether they're going to pass muster or not. Now, the next bucket of projects are what I would call kind of like strategic projects, and these really combine 3 different types of projects that we're looking at. The first is we want to proactively look at projects that might fit within the pathways to prosperity, because we know that in those 6 different work streams that we'll hear more about later, there are going to be projects that we undertake to understand the impact that they have on the state. And we want to be prepared for that. So in those 6 different work streams, we're looking at least 1 BRC project per. That could be up to 18 million. It could be even higher than that. We also know that there are a number of industrial sites around the state, and folks on our team have been working with a consultant to understand the site selection game and make sure that the industrial sites in Wyoming can be seen by those site selectors, let's just say, and might have the ability to be moved into quickly by a business. And then, of course, there are a number of communities. We were just at the beginning, before we started the meeting, we were talking about some projects in the southwest part of the state. And I think it's pretty clear that with the Trona expansions, the hydrogen hub, the DAC hub, the nuclear power, and way more, that there is a really big need for those communities to have what it takes to grow. And BRC is a perfect program to do that, because we can deal with the infrastructure, we can help out in projects, we can really make sure that they're prepared for growth and taking advantage of the growth while it's happening. So that's some really exciting stuff in the strategic projects. Those are a little fuzzier. We don't fully know what's there, but we know there's a lot there. So we've put a number to it, but it's less certain than the known projects. And then finally, there are these opportunities that come about, and they come about really, really quickly. And over the years, we've talked about as a agency and as a board, we've talked about speed of business type of decisions and being able to do that quickly and being able to be at the pace that business needs to be so that we can act. And these are these big, what we call big fish opportunities. And these are those big private sector projects that really come about quickly. You need to be able to move quickly on them, and they're probably not going to be in the same mold as a BRC project in years past. They're probably going to be larger. They're probably going to have competition from other states, because the businesses that we want to attract are more portable than they've ever been. And so what we want to do is be prepared for that. And so that's something that, if you take a look at a Project Jupiter, that's a big fish opportunity. It happened within 4 months. It was a big number. We are facing stiff competition. It's a business that can be run from anywhere in the world. We want to keep it in Wyoming, and we want it to grow in Wyoming. And so that represents that. We want to have more of those and have the ability to play in that game, because I think we can win a lot if we play. So I'm going to give you 3 different examples from these different buckets. And these are examples, in some ways, this one's from the past. This is probably one of the this is a pretty shining example of a BRC project that continues to build economic development capacity within the town, as well as be a place for good paying jobs and businesses to utilize in Evanston. And so this project, it's quite old, right? 2005, 2006, it's darn near 20 years old. And with $3 million of business council funding, this has had 3 different tenants. The community still owns this asset, and it kicks off lease revenue so that the community can fund their economic development operations. And I think this is the one of the coolest things about it, is that if you look at the lease revenue and what they've been able to do with this asset, they've been able to fund many of their own projects with that. This is a great model for BRC. This is what we try to strive for, is having businesses be able to use it, which employs people and creates that economic growth. But at the same time, it kicks off revenue that the community can then use to expand their own growth and, quite frankly, reinvest those dollars so that they can continue to build their economic development capacity. It's a great story there, because I think it demonstrates that model perfectly. Here's just one of the 3 examples in bucket 2. I'm not going to go through all of them, but I want to kind of hammer home this idea of site selection and how important it is, because what we don't always understand is, what should a site look like? And I've heard this in committee meetings, actually, not our boards, but in other committee meetings. Well, you can go to Google Earth and see what Wyoming has to offer and just pick that up. And it's like, well, that's not how it works, because when a large organization wants to move to a new state or expand their operations, they contact a site selection company, and that site selection company builds a database of the potential sites. And really, they're not building the database. What they're doing is getting rid of sites that don't have everything they need. And we fall into that get rid of sites that don't have everything we need a lot, because we have a big patch of sagebrush sometimes, and we don't have all of the infrastructure. So we don't even get seen by those potential companies. And so what we want to do is at least get seen, because I truly believe that if we're in the hunt, if we're in the competition, we're going to win a lot. And so we need to make sure that we have across the state a number of industrial sites that are ready to go. They're not just those big patches of ground, because granted, don't get me wrong, those are beautiful, they're good to have, but if they don't have the basic infrastructure, if they're not going to kind of pass muster with a site selector, they're never going to be seen. And so we have undertaken a project that has that we're analyzing 15 different sites, and those sites, we're trying to understand what it would take to get them to a level where they would be seen by site selectors. We're also trying to understand whether we should invest in those right now or not. And so we've narrowed it down to at least 5 of those 15 are likely things that we would invest very, very quickly. And of course, that's not going to be necessarily an inexpensive proposition, but it's an investment that we are looking to make. And so what we really want to do is make sure that we're thinking ahead and planning, because if we do it right, we have examples, and this is the Sheridan High-Tech Business Park. We have examples where we're doing a little bit of speculation, doing some work with the community, having the community really buy in and drive that can really create exactly what we want. And this is a shining example of that. But again, you have to have that opportunity to be there. You have to have a community who's behind it. You have to have some funding to make it happen. And I think that that's all a really, it all came together for this particular one. There are others around the state that I think have this level of success. This is one that it's pretty easy to point to. The final one, the big fish one, I'm guessing that all of you have seen this particular slide, in fact, because it came from the presentation of this project just a few months ago. We want more of these opportunities, and I think that we have a really good situation in a number of our communities to develop more of these big opportunities. Winning kind of begets winning, and I believe that when we start to see some of these happen, more of them are going to follow on, and the cluster development is going to happen. And so we want to be prepared for it. Now, when we looked at Project Jupiter, we realized that was a big chunk of money. That was a big investment and a big swing for the state. Luckily, we had been very, very careful with our funding and looking at projects carefully. So we had a little bit of money to do that. But again, we want to be in a position where we don't say, darn, if we just had some money, we could make that happen. And so if you kind of take a look at the funding that we have and the opportunities that are in front of us, the current BRC fund is it's about 33 million, and then we got about 24 million in the 23-24 appropriation. But then back in September, we recommended funding for $21 million worth of projects. Now, I'm assuming that those will go forward, and I think we need to plan that way. That leaves us with about $37 million for the biennium. And what you'll see here in a second is that that's probably not enough. No, it is not enough, because we know there are projects out there. We know that we're going to push hard in some of these strategic areas. And we also know that there are going to be opportunities that come in front of us that we want to be prepared for. It would be pretty tough for us to invest all of those dollars and not be able to take advantage of a big opportunity that came our way. And so this was the message that I delivered to JAC. I think there were a lot of really good questions from JAC. They had some really good ideas. There's a lot of buy-in right now, I believe, from the legislature to really fund the opportunities and fund the growth in Wyoming. I've only been to a few of these JAC meetings, but I haven't felt it like that in the last few. It's always been much more looking very critically, making sure that our ducks are in a row. And I think that we've continued to show that our ducks are in a row. We're making great decisions. We're responding to their needs, and we're also responding to the state's needs. And so when we displayed this, I think that JAC viewed it very favorably, that we're a worthy investment, and that that they also see the opportunities that are in front of us. And our team did a ton of work to make this all happen. But this is the conversation I want to have with JAC every time. And that may be a little different than other agencies, because it's not a static budget. It's not something where we set it and forget it. We're going to respond to the needs of the state in a really agile fashion. So I'm happy to answer any questions from the board, or any questions that might come up, or things that I might have missed with my team.
All right, are there any questions for Josh? I would say I was at the Appropriations Committee meeting, And I was also at an appropriations committee meeting, Amy will remember, a couple of years ago, and it definitely is a different tone as we sit in that room and discuss the budget and the questions and everything that are received. And so very nice job to Josh and his staff for the preparation and putting that all together, and just the overall reputation building that's happened over the last couple of years. So Kathy. Okay, Chuck, I have you in line too.
So Josh, just a question about maybe the atmosphere of the JAC. Do you feel it's because of the optimistic Craig report that came out? Do you feel that it's because of the partially the presentation? What do you feel was the effect of the optimism in that room?
Madam Co-Chair, Ms. Tomasi, yeah, that, well, I'm sure it was 100% the presentation. It never hurts when the Craig report is good, right? Sometimes it makes decisions easier because you have some money, but they still have to make decisions. So, one of the things that we've been, I think, really doing over the last few years that's been a game changer for us is the engagement that we have with legislators outside of committee meetings during the year, pulling them into projects, pulling them into discussions about what we're doing and what our vision is. I think it's that work for the other 364 days of the year that make the difference and kind of set that tone, because we have a lot of people who are pulling for us now, and I think it's based on those conversations. And I know, you all know Ron Goldberg, and he does a great job of creating those interactions, and I think our team does a good job of being present in those moments and doing the right things, and it just all adds up, I think.
I'm sure the presentation was 99% of it, Josh. Yeah.
No, for sure. Josh, and I would say that there's quite a few members on the appropriation committee that have been involved to a larger scale with their economic development efforts on the local level, and have utilized and partnered with the with the Business Council. And I said, and have very positive experiences there. And I think that makes a huge impact as well. So, so Kim, I'm going to take Chuck really quick, and then you're next. Chuck, did you have a comment or question? And you're on mute. There you go.
Thank you. Madam Co-Chair and Josh, the $30 million, I realize that it will have to be voted on by the upcoming legislature, correct? But if that's in the affirmative, when will WBC receive those funds? Is that July 1, or when does that happen?
Madam Co-Chair and Mr. Brown, that would be available July 1st, 2023.
Yeah, right. Okay. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
And my question is, just to clarify, that 30,000 is in addition to the 20 some odd that was in your presentation, right? Okay.
And
Thanks.
the 30 million, don't cut that
30
anyway.
million. I said 30,000. You're
No.
right.
Typical banker.
I
Right?
know.
What's a couple extra zeros?
Add a zero. Yeah, thank you. I think that's fantastic. And congratulations. Because I can't remember the last time someone else other than us asked for more money to be added to our budget. Let's just take that in for a moment.
Right. Perfect. Are there any other questions for Josh? Man, we're running on schedule early even. So, perfect. Okay, we'll keep moving along on the agenda because I'm sure there will be one committee that will need some extra time somewhere along the way, so we'll take it. Next is the Strategy and Execution Standing Committee with Committee Chair Tomasi. I'll go ahead and pass it over to you.
Well, thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Well, we had a really very interesting strategy meeting, this committee meeting this time. And the main thrust of that committee meeting was Pathways to Prosperity. And I have to say, we may take up a little extra. No, I hope not, but it was a 100-page report. And it was so interesting because it showed how Wyoming got here, pro and con. And it's the beginning of, it made me think a lot about some of the things that we are talking about. And Sarah, I'm going to give it over to you and you can start talking. And I think that's your first item. So you can start discussing that a little bit. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Committee Chair Tomasi, and thank you, Co-Chair Moore. It's a pleasure to present some of the work that the strategy group's been doing, including the Pathways to Prosperity project. I'm going to take a 3-minute detour just to sort of frame up what the strategy group is continuing to work on and really put a frame around the Pathways to Prosperity project as well. So you will not be surprised to hear that I'm going to share my screen. And hold on, I think you can see my daughter right now. Is that right? So hold on just a second, but just enjoy that while you can.
And she's adorable, Sarah.
And she brought a smile to all of us, Sarah.
Great.
So yeah.
Great, wonderful. That's a little old, so now she's older and bossier.
As she should be.
She absolutely should be. Yeah, we're really in for it. Anyway, so I'm going to talk about trees for a couple of minutes. If you have hiked or mountain biked or done any outdoor recreation, hunting, fishing in Wyoming, you've probably seen trees that are a little crooked like this, where the trunk is going in a different direction than the rest of the tree. And this is this sort of event that causes that to happen. What happens is the ground beneath those trees actively moves on occasion. This is caused by landslides or slumps, and that soil moves, the earth beneath them shifts, but the roots are still in that soil and still stay there. And eventually what happens is these trees find the sunlight again, and then they continue to grow up toward it again. I wanted to bring that analogy out just to frame up what we're doing in the strategy group, because it's an excellent example of resilience. This definition of resilience comes from ecosystem science, but I think it's really, really pertinent to Wyoming, the state where we are as a whole, and it's really, really pertinent to what we do on a day-to-day basis in the strategy group and across the business council. So resilience is the ability of a system to maintain certain functions, processes, or populations after experiencing a disturbance. It's not trying to get rid of those disturbances. It's trying to build up the strength of those systems so that when disturbances happen, and they happen all the time in economic development, constantly things are changing, whether that's global markets, whether that's just the people that we're working with to do it, things are constantly changing. And so it's really about building up those systems and processes so that they can experience those disturbances and keep growing toward the sunlight even after that. And there are a few things that we sort of, I think, kind of came to mind as I was putting together, the list of activities that we're working on in the strategy group and across the business council that I wanted to talk to you about today. That really is sort of the practice of building resilience. You have to continue listening and learning. You can't ever stop trying to understand what's changing beneath you. How is that soil moving beneath you? You have to always be looking to where is the sunlight now? And you have to be able to respond to that and be adaptable to those changes. You also have to work together really closely with a broad network of partners so that if one piece of the system isn't functioning at full capacity, the whole system doesn't suffer. And I think one of the things that is most important is through all of that practice, that consistent focus on the sunlight, consistent focus on economic growth has to underlie all of the work we're doing. So I wanted to pull that analogy out to frame up sort of what we're doing in our group, because as I was putting this list together, I think those are really the themes that popped out. Pathways to prosperity, resilience is really the essence of the work that we're doing with Pathways to Prosperity. We're really building on work that we and others have done throughout the years, including the strategy work that we've done, and saying, okay, where's the soil now? Where can we go now? What are the best entry points to get there? And you'll hear a lot more about that from the Harvard team in just a moment, so I won't steal in much of their thunder, but there are lots of things that we're working on. The growth perspective is just that. It's just understanding where we are, wrapping our heads around what the environment looks like now, and we're super excited to start actually doing things to start going up toward the sunlight now. We're also working on several industrial development projects, and I wanted to highlight a couple. John has really been the Business Council's lead on the nuclear task force, and that's one example of where we're working together as Team Wyoming to really help grow the nuclear industry and help take advantage of the opportunities that we see, and really do the hard work to realize those opportunities and really bring them home, because they're not a given. And so that in that effort, we're really just working as a team together on growing that industry. On direct air capture, I think many of you have heard about this, this effort. And really what we're doing there is we're listening and we're strategizing. We're trying to understand, what does the earth look like? What does the soil look like that we're growing in? So we released a request for expression of interest a few weeks ago. Some of you might have seen a press release about that, and are really digesting what the feedback is from industry partners. We've gotten a lot of interest from industry through that, as well as community and other stakeholders, and really just being able to design for the needs of our stakeholders. We're also, as always, a lot of the work in the strategy group is around advancing conversations with communications with partners and stakeholders. And this work is really led by Ron and Amy Quick. In this quarter, we really are working on advancing our communication strategy, both through budget and legislative session preparations. But like Josh said, we don't do anything differently for JAC, but it helps us sort of tailor and narrow and create clear messages. And so the communications and strategic partnerships work is really important there, especially in an election year where we are working on continuing to build relationships with new elected officials and continuing to strengthen the relationships with ones we already know well. And that's just to make sure that we're all, again, working together as a team toward economic growth in Wyoming. We're also working on an annual report, and that'll be coming out in January. And a few other things that we're working on. We've got some arrangements for Josh to do some radio spots coming up soon, and some other opportunities to really get the similar messages that you heard in Josh's CEO report out to a broad audience and really build our coalition around that. With that, my team is on the line. Josh excuse me, Ron and Amy and John, if you guys have anything to add, please go ahead, and we're also happy to answer any questions that the board has.
So does anybody have any questions for Sarah thus far? Sarah, it doesn't look like it, so go ahead.
All right, sounds good. So we can, let me stop sharing my screen. Did I stop? No. You just get some baby pictures again. So now I'll just turn it over to Tim O'Brien, who's really our principal that we're working with as a primary contact with the Harvard Growth Lab on the Pathways to Prosperity project. He's going to talk a little bit about our growth perspective, which again, as I mentioned, this is a baseline for the work that we will be doing with the Growth Lab. The work that we're going to be doing with the Growth Lab is really about identifying constraints to economic growth and coming up with solutions for how to overcome those barriers. But this portion is really important to understand what is the environment that we're in. What is the baseline that we're starting with? So with that, Tim, I'll let you take it from here.
Okay, thanks, Sarah. Good to see everyone. Let me share my screen here. Does it look right? Full screen and all? Okay, great. Thanks. So apologies to many of you who have seen these slides before, but I'm going to go through pretty quickly anyway, so maybe a second chance is good. So just wanted to summarize what the growth perspective is all about. And I know I have at least Tim Freeman here from our team at the Growth Lab to help discuss and answer any questions you have. So why did we write this thing to begin with? To us, it's all about defining a central growth problem. I heard Josh use that term earlier a couple times, which is great. So in the Pathways to Prosperity project, what's kind of the anchor? What's the central problem facing the state that anything that we invest time and resources in should map back to? And the way we went about understanding this was to look at the economy as a system. I think as a system is very important about in the way we think about economics here over the long term, which based on data availability, we take as going back to 1870, the medium term, sort of like the latest generation, and the short term, which is really about seeing how the world is changing since the pandemic. So just wanted to highlight several graphs to kind of capture the overarching story of these sections. So the long-term section starts with the question of why is population growth in Wyoming so different than the region overall and some neighboring states? And we explain in the section why we care about this. It's because there's a clear relationship between the size of a place's population and the diversity and complexity of the different things that can be produced there. So understanding Wyoming's pathways forward, we need to look in the past and understand why is this the case to begin with. And I know that this section was informative to a lot of people we've been speaking to, which is great to hear, that we dug up some past that's relevant and wasn't already known. And one of the takeaways from this long-term section is there's something about the kind of carrying capacity of the physical conditions of the state. In the literature, it's called land quality here, and it packages together a bunch of different indicators that then we try to unpack. But the high level observation is Wyoming's land quality is low for whatever reasons. So it's not totally a surprise that you have a low population. So we try to understand what that's all about over the long term. And then we try to kind of map the evolution of the economy over the long term and the evolution of population, because these two things move together. For people to move into a place, a state or a city or a country or anywhere, well, a country's a little bit different, but a state or a city at least, there needs to be an expanding economy to support that. So what has been the evolution of Wyoming's economy over the long term, and what does it signal for the future? And in looking at the long term, there's some important observations that come through. One is captured by this graph on the right, a striking pattern where people have always left Wyoming, to put it bluntly. People have entered Wyoming too, but there's a tendency where people always leave Wyoming. And it kind of goes back to this land quality dynamic, but also maybe a sort of vicious cycle about low population, low diversity of the economy, low amenities in many places, a particular place to live that not everybody is ready for. But it's not a new problem, it's a long-term problem. So that's important for thinking ahead. In the medium-term section, we explore a bunch of things in more depth, because the structure of the economy over the last 20 years is a little bit more relevant than the structure of the economy in 1890. And the striking thing to start things off in the medium-term section is that things in Wyoming aren't so bad. Wyoming doesn't have really rich places, with the exception of Jackson, but rich, larger sections of the state, but it also doesn't have many very poor sections of the state. So that's a pro. And then we go from trying to just get a sense of outcomes to understand the composition of businesses across the state. And this is a striking map from a database of firm locations. It's striking to us in how in Wyoming, there are small clusters of business activity and they're relatively disconnected from each other in comparison to other states. So this was kind of a surprise to us. It's not a natural outcome. So we wanted to understand why economies across the state are so loosely linked together and what that implies. We also take a closer look at population changes over the medium term, because in the long term, we see how important that is for the state's future. And Wyoming stands out in several interesting ways. This graph captures how along all age cohorts, people tend to leave Wyoming more than they leave other states, but also how there's been a clear change from 2000 to 2019 captured here, in that fewer young people are leaving Wyoming than used to leave Wyoming. Wyoming still has one of the highest rates of young people leaving, but that's a clear change. So that was an important thing to, I think, recognize. And here's another non-obvious thing about migration patterns. Although many people leave Wyoming, when you're looking at the ratio of highly educated people who leave Wyoming versus enter Wyoming, it's not as bad as some people might think. There's almost a balance of highly educated people leaving and entering Wyoming, which is important for strategy moving forward. And it's important to us to pin down inflection points in the growth process of the state, and as you'll see, across the state. So Wyoming's growth process is very different over this medium term than neighboring states. So we wanted to understand why. And then it became very important to us to drill down as locally as we could into the growth process of different places across the state, because they are so different. And we ended up coming up with a way of systematizing this into places that are expanding their economies, places where the economies appear to be more in a state of collapse, and places that are more like consolidation. In this graph on the right, where they're losing employment, but people are gaining wages, which is an interesting dynamic. And then we try to understand what's behind this. So for the places that are collapsing, so to speak, it's a pretty basic story of a loss of mining jobs, mining income, and that being related to construction. And then other sectors also losing jobs, kind of as you lose this key source of tradable income, the non-tradable economy can't grow either. But the places that are expanding for lots of different reasons. They're not as tied to the slowdown in mining and construction, but they also have other sectors that are growing, different sectors in different places. And as you can see here with the blue bars, that leads to a different dynamic in construction for other places. that follows kind of the drivers of the tradable economy of those places. And we've been trying to drill down deeper and deeper geographically, which is hard. And we're trying to figure out how to do it a little better. But that's important because, for example, on the graph on the top left here, we're looking at towns and cities by a slightly different metric. But what it captures that even the panel on the top, which is counties that are expanding, if you look at cities and towns within them, you get a whole different range of outcomes. Some are losing population, some are gaining population. So even within expanding counties, you have sort of like collapsing towns. Or the panel on the bottom, even within collapsing counties, you have some expanding towns. So this local nature of the growth process in Wyoming being different is really important to us. And then we start to do some work to map how the fiscal system has evolved alongside the economic system, which I think everybody has a more intuitive understanding of in Wyoming already. And then in the short term, we try to understand this striking pattern of Wyoming's post-COVID recovery being weaker than other states, at least until recently. And that's captured on the left side here. And one piece of good news is that if you take away the mining dynamic, Wyoming looks more normal in its recovery. It doesn't look good in its recovery, but it looks more normal. So what we have come to understand is that Wyoming hasn't faced really a weak recovery from the pandemic. It's more of a continuation of this medium-term trend. There was a puzzle that we wanted to explore that the Department of Workforce Services had, which is why is the labor force participation rate in Wyoming sharply declining more than any other states. And there's probably, among all the possible causes of this, a pretty benign cause of this, which we discovered it's people retiring or people of old age. And so it's not, if you look only at the labor force participation rate of 18 to 64-year-olds, Wyoming's pattern is more normal. But there is this dynamic of an older population retiring, which has some implications for the future. And we look over the very short term of what industries are growing, what industries are falling, in what places, with particular attention to tradable industries. So the overall problem is mining is a tradable. You mine things out of the ground, and if you don't have a market for it anymore, you don't export that thing beyond state borders or community borders. And if you don't have something to replace that tradable income, then you're going to see a shock to non-tradable activities of retail, restaurants, lots of things that you'd think of as Main Street activities. So we're trying to understand here what's driving the rebound and the transformation of some places and the resilience of some places. And then there's two things at the end of this short-term section that we found important in our work globally in recent years. One is the rise of remote work. So we look to see what's happening with remote work in Wyoming. And it's pretty interesting. There are a lot of different ways that remote work affects Wyoming. But the one clearly beneficial one that we would expect is people migrating into the state to take advantage of lower costs of living, more space, and work a job outside the state, which is then a source of tradable income. But the indications that we see are that remote work is lower than you'd expect in Wyoming so far. And that's even after controlling for occupational composition and population density and some other things that predict remote work. And then we have a framework that we're developing at the Growth Lab called Green Growth. And it's the idea that a state like Wyoming or a country like the UAE or Kazakhstan can only do so many things to reverse the decline of demand for some of its fossil fuel wealth. It's subject to global decarbonization. But that creates a lot of potential opportunities as the global economy changes. So it's important to understand for any economy what that means to you. So we look at 5 different avenues of green growth potential in Wyoming and try to put some numbers to it. And across all 5 areas, there's actually some intriguing opportunities. We could talk more about that if you'd like. So all that was just our path to try to define this growth problem to begin with. What should we center all the work that we do together with the Business Council and more broadly in the state around? And we came up with this. The composition of Wyoming's economic activities is not positioned to sustain high quality of life across all parts of the state. It's kind of a mouthful. So something that's not in the draft itself is this kind of breakdown of what we mean by this. What this statement means is that there are some places in the state that are growing and in fact narrowly diversifying, but there are many other parts of the state where the economies are shrinking and they're facing or at risk of facing a sort of hollowing out cycle. That be the loss of the tradable income, the loss of local demand, loss of jobs, which can then lead to health problems, drug addiction problems, all sorts of things that are faced in other parts of the country that you don't see so much of in Wyoming right now. But that's a risk for the future. So then the places that are growing and diversifying, we want to know what constraints are they bumping against? And can those constraints be relaxed so they can grow faster and more robustly? For other parts of the state that are in the opposite direction, we want to identify the pathways for some of them to transition based on their comparative advantages and their capabilities. But we have to also recognize that some very small places that exist over the long term for a very particular economic reason, they're going to struggle into the future. So it's also important to think about strategies for those to kind of buffer the pressures that they're facing. So we also think about the connection between these parts of the state. The ones that are growing, how can that growth benefit other parts of the state that are facing more of a struggle? And the fiscal system is one type of linkage. In most economies, you tax the things that are growing in order to buffer the problems of the parts of the country or the state that aren't growing and help them transform. But also other linkages. So the places that are growing, they're markets for other places. They're sources of knowledge and sources of labor and so on. So with all this kind of, and the process now is, we've been, I think, a month into it, sharing this draft report with wider and wider circles of stakeholders to get feedback, to see if this problem resonates. And then take all that feedback and update this report and finalize it and make it public. But the idea is to see if we can arrive at a problem statement here that's broadly shared. But as we do that, we've been launching, again, over the last month or a little bit more, action areas, entry points, we call them, or work streams. So this is a quick summary of what those are all about. There are two frameworks that we always use at the Growth Lab. One is called Growth Diagnostics. It's about systematically identifying constraints to growth. And another is called Economic Complexity. It's about using like big data to understand opportunities for growth based on the capabilities that economies have. So we're putting both these things to use, but based on what the growth perspective has revealed, we need to do this at a local level. We can't do this at the state level because it will aggregate lots of different dynamics across the state. So growth diagnostics and economic complexity at a fairly local level. And then we have three key areas of initial focus. These are areas where we're working in partnership with folks at the Business Council to think now deeply about what is the core problem in each of these areas that seem to be recurring problems across a lot of the economies across the state, how to understand these as systems, and ultimately try to create tools to solve problems here that will have economic implications on the system. So that's the fiscal system. It's important to us to say it's not just the tax system that's a problem. How tax money is spent through expenditures, revenue sharing, all these things are part of the fiscal system. Housing obviously comes up over and over across the state, which was a surprise to us, because if you look at kind of the standard ways that the national groups measure housing, you don't immediately see a lot of indications of housing stress in Wyoming. But when you go to Wyoming and you look closely, you see this come up over and over again. And these emerging energy opportunities and the uncertainties around them, and questions of how communities can position themselves to benefit from as many things as possible, but also to manage the risk of some of these future energy opportunities not working out. And then we have a kind of growing list, and we've started work on these in collaboration, but they're moving forward kind of as a secondary priority to the first three of other emerging work streams that have come up. So I won't talk about them in depth right now, but maybe next time. Okay, thank you.
So Tim, are you open for questions?
We are open for questions.
Great. Does anybody, I see Mark Law has a question. Go ahead, Mark.
Thank you. Thank you, Tim, for the time and the draft. It was, I'm agree with Kathy, the draft was fascinating to read. And my question is land quality a static measurement from your definition?
So that's a great question. Land quality is a static measurement from this definition of this literature that we borrowed from. But in reality, it's not a static thing, right? So what we've learned from this is probably a pretty obvious thing, but it's that land quality depends on the type of technologies that you have. So land quality as defined in the 1800s, you know, there weren't the same water systems, there wasn't air conditioning. So some places were not livable in the 1870s, but they're livable now. And that's kind of the story of the American Southwest, of why population started booming there. But if you look at this land quality measure as a static thing, they didn't have land quality back in the early days. And then in the future, land quality will also change. So there's things that aren't baked into these indicators yet that matter for Wyoming. You know, relatively few natural disasters. You have blizzards, but you don't have, but we know that some industries are attracted to Wyoming because you don't have hurricanes and you don't have tornadoes to the same extent as other parts of the state and so on, other parts of the country and so on. So it's a much more dynamic thing and evolving thing that I think you have some control over with technologies.
Thanks, Tim. If you said something other than that, I was going to have a discussion about Las Vegas and Dubai, but we don't need to go there now. Thanks.
Yeah, so Las Vegas didn't have water, and then it got water, and then and air conditioning didn't hurt, but it's not like, okay, then population grew. It had to have an economic base, which it discovered in
Yeah, that's the fiscal part that I assume, based upon some of the initial conversations, that you guys are going to be providing a review of some of those things as well.
And then we have a project in the UAE as well, by the way, and it's the same thing. They had to find advantages that they could leverage. So oil was one, but for a while they've realized oil is not going to take them into the future. So they've benefited from having some of the world's premier airlines and taking advantage of their connectivity. And now they're trying to build on those strategic advantages.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
So I see Erin has her hand up, but Erin, I'm going to ask a question kind of connected to the static scenario that we're talking about. So Tim, you talked in your report about the isolated cities and towns that we have, and on I-80, you've seen we're 100 miles from each area. Do you feel that there's trends towards connectivity with that, or do you feel that, what are your thoughts about that?
I'll start, and then maybe Tim Freeman, you might have some thoughts on this one as well. I think there's two ways of looking at it. So as part of this outreach, we've also gotten to have some kind of place-based discussions. So a discussion with some leaders in Rawlins, for example. Rawlins being one of these types of economies that's in the cycle of population decline. And any path to the future needs to reverse that cycle of population decline. And they face a lot of stresses that come from that. So they see themselves as very remote. even though they're on I-80. They talk about how they're an island disconnected from other things, and there's very clear indications of that in the kind of the cost and difficulty of them in getting labor and different services. But I-80, the point is that I-80 is a huge asset. So any strategy for Rawlins needs to take advantage of I-80. And there are some ideas of, well, if we had more industrial space strategically located close to I-80, that would be good, but we'd immediately have problems where businesses wouldn't be attracted because there aren't quality places to live and there aren't amenities. So for those kind of places, it needs, we're thinking you need like a coordinated strategy. And it's going to be different for the places on I-80 than the places that are far from I-80. So in relative terms, they're less remote than other places. So we had another discussion yesterday in Goshen County. Goshen County sees itself as more remote because it's not on I-80 and kind of disconnected. And so there's a relative nature of the remoteness, I think. But the point is that there are different assets and different capabilities and different strategies that could be built upon the different economies, both based on their assets and their weaknesses. Tim, maybe you have some ideas to add?
Yeah, I do want to just add a separate framing of Wyoming's remoteness, because in a way, Wyoming is not particularly remote because it has access to the largest economic market on the planet, which is the United States. That said, it's a double-edged sword, because Wyoming, just as Wyoming in theory could easily sell products to the rest of the country, and it does in many different industries, it also imports them very easily. So in a way, it doesn't need a lot of the industries that already exist in the United States. So it's important to take this connectivity that Wyoming has with the rest of the country, even if it is marginally less than places like Boston or San Francisco, and use it to the advantage of the state.
Thank you both. Erin, you're up.
Thank you. It is very interesting, and I join Mark and Kathy in the interest of the draft that you've sent out. But can you elaborate a little bit, Tim and Tim, on the fiscal system aspects?
Yeah, but only so much, because we're doing a deep dive on it, and it's honestly remains a little bit of a puzzle to us, defining the fiscal problem. Okay, because there's some different ideas out there. There's a notion that you hear in lots of parts of the state that because the tax system appears unsustainable, it's a risk to investment, so businesses won't move in because they're afraid of the future of the tax system. I personally find that a little bit hard to believe, but that's a kind of one theory of the problem that's being tested. There's another type of problem where, because the tax system is narrow, you don't have as robust an expenditure system, so smaller communities aren't able to fund their needs as easily through regular taxes and spending than in other states. And then maybe that's related to a lot of local communities having challenges in everything needs to be funded through a grant, sort of, especially as they face a kind of population decline. So that's another aspect of the fiscal system. And then there's just the sustainability problem of it, where you don't have an emergency right now because you're in a mini boom cycle of revenues. But it's very clear that the structure, flash forward 30 years, might not be sustainable. And the idea being that there's a lot of technically good solutions to that, but it's costly to change the system now when times are good, and you don't want to run into a crisis and then have to change it later. So there are kind of these, and there's probably more, but these different issues within the fiscal system that are out there, and we're trying to kind of look at them more analytically and do the same sort of exercise of define really what problems should we care about most. in the fiscal system, and how does the fiscal system relate to the broader economic system, and kind of what are the impacts of one on the other. So we're trying to wrap our minds around it a little bit better. And we're also doing kind of a concentrated effort to understand all of the proposals that have been put out there over the past 20, 40 years on the tax system, to understand what political constraints they run into as well when you try to change the system. And then there's another dimension also that seems relevant of when something is beyond city lines. So for example, in Cheyenne, Cheyenne and the county, if something's beyond city lines, it's not it might be an obvious economic thing that you want this housing expansion, but it's a fiscal issue if one entity has to put in the upfront spending but doesn't get the tax benefits from it. And so that's another issue in the fiscal system. So we don't have complete thoughts on it yet, I would say.
Well, I appreciate the remarks that you did make. I think it's all the conversations. I'm excited about the conversations that we're having. I think some of them are not different from previous ones. Some of them are very different in terms of making us think differently about some of our problems and the causes and solutions. And so I certainly appreciate those aspects of it all. It brings a lot, probably things that we bury and not bring to the forefront. And I'm just very excited about the conversations that this is stemming. So thank you all for that.
I wanted to,
Any other questions for Tim and Tim? Sarah, were you going to say something?
I just wanted to make sure that the Business Council Pathways to Prosperity team had a chance to add any remarks that they thought were relevant at this point too.
I can just maybe toss in there that I think that as we've sent this growth perspective out and started really engaging with different groups, we've had a lot of excitement around where we've been so far. And our journey together has actually been kind of short. It feels like we've done a lot of things in just a few months. And we have a lot of exciting things coming up in the next several months with the Harvard team. But as board members, excuse me, as you want to be more engaged, whether you have questions or you just come across something or someone that has more questions, please let us know. We are trying to kind of address those different places and people and things, but there is a lot. There's 6 or 7 of us kind of working on it internally, but that's still a lot. So please don't hesitate to point somebody in our direction if they want to see the growth perspective. I welcome you to send it to them and ask for feedback. If there are people in your network that you want to specifically ask for feedback or suggest that they take a look at it, please do that too. I think that we really want to make sure that this is getting out far and wide. And there is a link on our website now, so we'll make sure that y'all kind of know where that is too.
Anyone else on the growth program team that wants to say anything, that has comments? I'm like everybody else. I think this is, again, I have said this, I bet a dozen times in the last month. This has been so fascinating to me from the land quality issues, which all of us know about, but we don't really, and we appreciate, but we don't really put into words. And this, plus the fiscal system that we just talked about, I think what a learning experience for all of us. I am so excited that we're doing this. Thank you very, very much. Sarah, do you want to continue?
I also just wanted to say one thing. I wanted to commend the group from the Business Council who just completed the 10-week Leading Economic Growth course. that we have, which is a component of this project. And an important component of this project because it's a way that we kind of rigorously train people over the course of the project in some of the tools that we use, so then we can exercise them together. And now based on that learning, the idea is that we dive into several of these issues together and kind of figure out new ways to act on them. They might be long-standing issues, and that's some of the feedback that we get on the growth perspective is sometimes it creates a sense of, wow, things have not changed in a long time, so how are they ever going to change moving forward? That's really not what we wanted to create with this report. It was more we wanted to lay out the history and the system as clearly as we can, so that then we can try to work in strategic areas to try to break the vicious cycles here. So I wanted to commend the group. They did a great job, and looking forward to working with them over the next year.
Great. Thank you, Tim. And Sarah, could you talk about who's on that group and how long the program is going on? And you have your hand raised. Thanks, Sarah.
Perfect. Yeah. Yes. So I'm trying to make sure that I don't forget anybody here. So Heather and they're all, I can see all their faces, so it'll be easy. So it's Heather, John, Kristen, Jill, Amber. Who else? Am I missing somebody?
Kayla.
Kayla, yes. Sorry, I can't hold that many people in my brain at one time. But yeah, it's been a really great internal working team, and just a really good learning experience for all of us. But it doesn't stop there. Really, the purpose of this, and sort of going back to how to what we were talking about with resilience, the purpose of this is to really bring in as many folks as we can to this process. It's going to take a team effort to address the challenges that we'll identify with the Harvard team. And so this is just our little internal team, but it will involve multiple state agencies, it will involve communities, it'll involve lots of different stakeholders going forward. Our contract, I believe, is through the end of 2023. Correct me if I'm wrong there. I don't have that date off. But again, this is just sort of the core and the start of this. This isn't a project where we say, okay, we've got the contract is over, and so the project is over. This is something where one of the main priorities of this project is to transfer learning and transfer capabilities, so that our in-house team that we just talked about and our other partners around the state can take these methodologies and continue to listen, continue to try to sort of understand what's going on around us, and then continue to identify where are the entry points now after things have changed. And it's going to be an ongoing cycle, really, to grow that resilience as things change through time.
Thank you, Sarah. That's very well put about the resilience and how we need to look at this. So thank you. Any other questions, comments? Okay, thank you very much, Tim and Tim. It has been so interesting. I appreciate it. We all appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, Sarah, do you have anything else for the strategy committee?
No, I don't, which I hope is useful for other committees who might have bigger agendas today.
Yes, and I am going to turn it back to Erin. And Erin, I want you to look at the time.
Noted, Kathy. Perfect. All right. we're gonna go ahead and take a break here. Have our morning break. So let's come back. I'm trying to let's give just a probably like a 15-minute break, if that'll work for everybody. And so that puts us back here at 9:35. Did I do that right?
9:40 if you want to do.
9:40. Thank
Yep.
you. Sorry,
Yep.
9:40.
That sounds great.
Okay, perfect. So we'll go ahead and pull together back at 9:40. Kim, did I hear you're going to be in Laramie for Christmas? Yesterday?
No, that was
Okay.
just a joke because Josh had said it was 60 and sunny.
Yeah, I guarantee he hasn't been anywhere close to 60 lately.
No, I would.
Today, it's 68 and sunny in my office.
Oh, I'll tell you what was 60 yesterday for you, Josh. The wind speed.
That is so true.
Absolutely.
Kim, I'll be in your neck of the woods around Christmas time. We'll have to see.
Oh,
if we-
you are. Oh, I know this is a public meeting, totally inappropriate. Call me. Let's go to backwards. for
Okay.
cocktail.
Sounds good.
Sorry.
And if
Yeah, I
anybody
wish
else,
I was going to be anywhere close. I'd come invite myself along with you guys.
I was going to say, if anybody wants to hang out in Casper around Christmas time and with Kim and I, come on down or
That's
up
right.
or sideways or whichever direction.
Just have an
Backwards.
adjunct meeting there without actually,
Chuck, for a moment, when you stood up and you had those speakers around your neck, the headphones, it looked like you had a tux on.
Remind me at a different time, not right now, to tell you about my son and the tux story.
Okay.
He's 9. Okay, perfect. All right, it looks like we're all getting back on. So we'll go ahead and get started here again. And at this time, I'm going to pass it over to our Operations Standing Committee Chairman, Mr. Eric Arns. So, Eric,
Thank
you're
you,
up.
Madam. Yep, thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Our report today is pretty straightforward. We have one item on it, and it's the financial report. And for that, I'll turn it over to Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Madam Co-Chair, members of the board, I am presenting to you today to our September 30th, 2022 budget report. This is our first budget report of the 23-24 biennium in fiscal year 2023. We came in at 9.97% general fund utilization compared to our 25% optimum. This is being driven down by the Business Ready Communities budget, which is at $24 million. That's our full biennium budget. And we haven't expensed or encumbered anything from that line item yet. Oh, thank you, Amy. We encumber when SLIV approves projects. So once that starts to happen, we will start to see that utilization go up for our general funds. If we remove BRC, we are at 29.98% utilization, which is over the 25%, and that's because of encumbrances for contracts that we do at the beginning of the year, which is consistent with previous fiscal years. Moving down to our federal fund line item, we have spent approximately $380,000 in our federal programs. CDBG has $2.07 million remaining in encumbrances that we've committed to before that is fully and officially transferred over to the WCDA. We've got 4 projects remaining, so this will hopefully be completed by the end of this fiscal year. Moving down into our agency funds, we have an available budget in the Economic Loan Development Fund of $25.96 million. Included that is a $25 million appropriation for large loan fund. And so we don't also include that in the available cash. It is available for large loans, just not in the overall fund. So we have 9.82 million remaining there for challenge loan projects. During the first quarter, we received almost $73,000 in investment and loan and principal payments to that fund. Rural Rehab had $292,000 of available budget and 4.66 in available cash. We'd only earned about $5,600 in interest income in that fund. And then moving down into our budgeted expenditures line item, the circle pie chart there, we're at 51% budget for loans and 33% of grants, and that's for the 67 million total budget. For our utilization on line item expenditures, our professional services was over that 25%, and again, that's the encumbrances that are done. Those are for contracts that we've done. Non-operating expenses are loans, and that's very low. And that's again due to the $25 million large loan budget. A $70,000 loan was approved at the September board meeting, and so that is appearing there. Moving over into loans receivable, our net balance is $23.58 million. And through the first quarter, we've received almost $39,000 in interest and principal payments on loans. With that, I'll take any questions.
Thanks, Lindsay. Any questions for Lindsay? You must have covered it perfectly.
Great, thank you.
Yep. Thank you. So we're looking for a motion to accept the financial report.
Mr. Chairman, so moved.
Thanks, Chuck.
Good.
Thank you, Pam. First and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Madam Co-Chair, that concludes our report.
All right. Concise and efficient. So, perfect. All right, we'll go ahead, really ahead of schedule, and keep moving through the agenda this morning. Next is the Services Committee with Chairman Coyne.
There's a lot of pressure mounting with everybody being timely and in proper place. So I'll try to apply that same pressure to Brandon to get us through the service side of the equation. We have a couple of contracts that we're looking at, and probably to preface this, they are both kind of contingent upon funding and Attorney General's office approval. Assuming we don't have anything else, those motions need to be played with those requirements in place. And then we obviously have our annual update report. And so Brandon, if you are out there, I will turn this over to you and you can walk us through the annual update and then the two contracts that are under review.
Very good, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to present to the board today. I'm also very excited that I have nearly 3 hours. This is going to be extraordinary. So prep yourselves for this. We will not take that long. But I do want to kind of start with some, and I've got some slides I believe do show up in your board report or your book. So there they are. I'm going to give you guys, as a whole board, sort of an update on the services team and what's gone on in this past year and sort of what the plans are for the coming year for our individual different pieces of work that the different team members go on. Of course, the highlight of the year has been, and I'll continue to say it, that we have a full services team. All of our roles are filled, and on top of that, the double bonus, the cherry on top of this banana split. I'm not trying to spend 3 hours. I just talk too much. The cherry on top here, though, really is that it's not just full positions. We have truly an incredible team, and the services, extraordinarily competent people who fill all of our, you check those boxes on the humble, hungry, smart, things we care about so much as we're hiring and as we're retaining, and curious and work well in our, basically in our situation where you don't hand somebody a job description in the services division and say, this is exactly what a BRE person does. This is exactly what our recruiting program, here's what your day looks like. These are somewhat ambiguous, but also somewhat new, and new ways of doing things and new ways of fitting into even into the discussions that you had as a board yesterday. What do we prioritize as a business council? Where do we want to help communities head? What kinds of businesses do we prioritize, and do we put our services into? So anyway, great team. They've all latched onto that way of operating, and it's been super fantastic. Yeah, I mean, even sort of hesitant to say to lead a team like that, because they that is my job, but this is a team that it doesn't need my sage advice. They're full competent and amazing. So anyway, getting into that on the recruiting side of things. So Wendy Lopez and Chance Price are our recruiting managers there. Been incredible to have two people in that. It's been quite some time. I think the last time we had two people, Heather Tupper and I were the recruiting team. So it's been a minute. What's going on? The big thing going on with recruiting lately has been a project with Insight Consulting out of South Carolina, I believe, working with communities to identify gaps and deficiencies, as well as best targets ultimately for I guess, industrial sites in their communities, going down through the infrastructure needs, the community needs, having them assemble teams to have a really solid feel for what these sites are and how they can be most effective, what's going to be their most effective use. So that project is ongoing. They've had several meetings with communities around the state. And as you can see in the slides, that those meetings kind of started on the 5th of December. Also exciting project for recruiting. I encourage you to get a hold of Wendy. We'll stay on that slide actually, if you don't mind. Get a hold of Wendy and she can run you through, if you'd like, some of our incredible new recruiting materials. We've got a contract with Warehouse 21, producing new trade show booths, new collateral, a lot of really cool different things like that. Chance has been working on a digital marketing campaign, which is set to go out soon, to help us sort of up our efforts in the proactive recruiting, targeting companies that are going to be great fits for Wyoming that express interest. We're doing that through ROI. That's a company we've had a very long-standing relationship with, that there's a lot of different internal systems for targeting companies that are going to be a good fit. And then they also provide basically a whole team on the back side that does actual calling of companies, represents themselves as us. And so it's really kind of a cool relationship that we've had with them for many years, and actually great success over time in putting us in front of companies that, oh, okay. Sorry, Josh, I was looking at your message and it's not really for me. So perfect. So that's been pretty great. Also working on multiple events with the site selection industry. That's been also something we've worked on for years and years, is maintaining relationships with these site selectors. Most of the companies that we are working with are still smaller companies that fit into the smaller communities that aren't, looking at hiring 500 people. But every once in a while, we really do need to have those relationships with the site selectors. Project Jupiter is a great example of that, done with a site selector that we have known really for a very long time. And so just a very helpful thing looking on there. Coming up in the year ahead, what the real emphasis is going to be is that proactive recruiting, possibly hosting a FAM tour. FAM tour is one of our favorite phrases to throw around so that nobody knows what we're talking about. It just stands for familiarization. It's not an acronym. I don't know why it's always capitalized. It just always is. But bringing in site selectors to Wyoming to give them a view of what's going on. We're considering a couple different proposals for that right at this point. And then also looking at a strategy for FDI, whether we need to search the whole world for companies, whether we need to stay closer to home, look at Canada, Mexico, whether there's enough opportunity to utilize our Asia Pacific Trade Office, all those different sort of things. On the other part of this, it's really cool having Chance Price on, is his connections at the university from his previous employment, and being able to look at, again, jumping into efforts to utilize the University of Wyoming alumni network for our recruiting, and kind of having that first introduction not be odd, not be a cold call, because these people in theory already love Wyoming and are already there. So the final thing recruiting is working on, and it's really a whole services team effort, is working on making sure that the trade shows that we're attending for recruiting also can be shows that we can take Wyoming companies with us too, so that they can gain value, kind of getting bigger bang for our buck on that. We are working on SHOT Show coming up in January, which is shooting, hunting, and outdoor trades. We'll have one section that is dedicated to the recruiting piece of things. We are dedicating one piece of that booth to, and it's a large booth, it's 20 by 40 when you put it all together. So one piece dedicated to startups that have that as a target market, and then finally the remaining piece dedicated to sort of the existing industry, doing the same things with food shows so that we can bring in the ag community, all those different things, and looking at those opportunities. So a lot going on in recruiting. Moving into the update for entrepreneurship. Kaylee Holyfield is the manager for that, which came in just this year. This is a new position that was added in the last legislative session. And so we're super excited to be able to have her on staff. If we can slide into the next slide, that would be, or I'm sorry, not entrepreneurship. Kaylee Holyfield is not the entrepreneurship manager. Taylor is the entrepreneurship manager. I've got my slides on this screen and these slides on this screen, and I jumped. Apologies for that. Taylor Vignaroli is our entrepreneurship manager, who started with us also over the summer. So this is pretty cool. This is a good slide, checking out sort of what the big pieces of this position are. In entrepreneurship, there's sort of this big ethereal description that talks about expanding the ecosystem for entrepreneurship in Wyoming, and even just connecting it. That's a thing. But one of the things that's really important that Taylor's been working on is understanding what exists in the ecosystem in Wyoming, and then identifying those gaps by being in contact with actual entrepreneurs in the state, being in contact with service providers, the financial side of everything. And then also even working very closely with Bert on SSBCI program. And then of course, Bert and the investments team also have a lot of involvement still in the SBIR program. But as you can see on here, we've done 7 SBIR matching grants this year. Taylor's attended 13 different community events around the state, getting around, doing this great networking, building his network so that we can understand what doesn't exist and what needs to exist in those. Also working on all these different programs for policy. As you guys can read the slide, I don't need to read that, but is also another, I think, really important in line in there is engagement with 40 separate businesses. Now, this isn't like engagement, we said hi in the hallway, real engagement, trying to understand their needs and tailor thoughts towards that. So anyway, next year, really, one of the things that's going to be exciting is this continued building of the network on it. One of the things I mentioned earlier, recruiting slide, talking about how can we start to involve entrepreneurs more in some of the promotional events that we're doing. So we're taking 4 different startups with us to the SHOT Show. We've never done that before, so it's kind of a fun opportunity for those companies, and we're able to do it because we can utilize our match to some federal funding to do that. There's no cost to these companies, and then we can also apply our long existing trade show incentive grant program to these companies. So they're going with very minimal cost, which I think is appropriate as very new startups. We've really primarily used the pitch contest, so the Impact 307 organization, to fill those seats. So that's been pretty cool. Taylor's involved in the Salesforce project and looking towards trying to figure out a great way that we can streamline our application for the SBIR program, but also the Kickstart program. All of this leading to sort of a unified application if we can accomplish it for everything that the services division has in the grant fund. So whether that's trade show incentive grants, whether that is our STEP grant, the Kickstart, the SBIR, and potentially even our rural development funds and our Main Street grants. So hopefully that can be something that we can get done. We really want to focus on serving the customer best there, both with the uses of those funds, but then just the visuals. I don't think anybody really cares which bucket we fund things from. So can we just provide a single point application, get a company in, get them out? They don't care where the money comes from. They just care, whether it was approved or not. So that's kind of a project going forward for the next year. So now I'm ready to move on to the business retention and expansion slide, which is Kaylee Holyfield, our new, as I may have mentioned a few minutes ago, BRE manager. So what Kaylee has really been focusing on is, as I mentioned before, building a program, building what does a statewide organization's business retention and expansion program look like. We have ideas. Business retention and expansion is an academic subject. It exists. It has standards. It's a, IEDC will tell you how to run a BRE program. But we want to make sure that we're actually meeting the needs of companies and as well as industries in the state. And so one of the bigger picture views of what we want to be able to do is understand a relationship or understand the needs of sort of key companies around the state individually, so that we can work in an aggregate way with the strategy team on policy, on programming, on any of those different things that need to come out, that need to change. Again, similar to entrepreneurship, identifying gaps to be able to really help companies and industries. Another part of this, of course, is within our capacity building opportunity, I guess, within the Business Council, is how do we help local economic developers maintain really effective business retention, expansion relationships. We would never possibly have the ability to be the boots on the ground for the thousands of companies in the state that are important. So how do we help the communities maintain those? A lot of them do a really good job of that anyway. How do we take what they know and apply it to the other communities and be able to have those sort of things standing up there? Kaylee's listed her accomplishments there on the slide, and maybe it is better to not necessarily read through those, but again, sort of in this exploration phase of figuring out exactly what this looks like. So that's taken a lot of visits to the regions, working with regional directors to understand the dynamics in their region, as well as some of the specific companies, and then getting to know the economic developers around the state, the business resource network pieces around the state. One of the big things we've involved Kaylee in is our STEP grant, which is State Trade and Trade Expansion Grant. It's federal funding that helps Wyoming companies export as an opportunity for growing their market. And so Kaylee's been involved in that. We're working with the BRN and the SBA to put together a webinar series that'll be next, it'll start in January and it'll be every other Wednesday for 6 weeks to help companies sort of explore those steps in exporting. The STEP program as a whole will transition away from me as the manager to Kaylee as the manager when we get our next export grant put in next spring, summer, fall. So that'll be kind of an exciting thing. A lot of events planned as well. Kaylee's been part of our Salesforce steering committee here internally. She has a ton of experience in it, and thinks all of us boomer types are ridiculous for having struggles running that system, but also has a really good eye towards being able to see it as a user and understand how to make it more user effective. So I think she's been really valuable to that team, and will probably even be able to drag crusty old Brandon into being a Salesforce user, not guru. So lots of exciting stuff going on there. Yes, moving on. Agribusiness. Jill Trigamba, who you all know, is our agribusiness manager. One of the really probably big highlights from Jill in this year is her report. There's an annually required report to the Ag Committee of the Legislature that has gone out before. Those reports have a lot of opportunity in them to be bland, to do the required work, send it in, and hopefully never talk about it again. Jill's kind of gone the extra mile in this report, provided a ton of context to the Agricultural Committee about what we actually can do to work to help ag as an industry. I think we've spent well, I don't know how much of Brian and Marshall's personal commentary you want here, but I think that there has been a lot of time that we've spent looking for silver bullets to help the ag industry. And we're not headed down that path anymore. We're working on putting together actual tangible fixes. And what Jill's emphasis has been, she's one of the original people in the Business Council that took the pathways, or the Harvard course tied to the Pathways to Prosperity effort. And so how can we apply those principles, the PDIA process of that, to the agribusiness industry, identify what the actual problems are, and then work to actually solve those. So that's been really, really exciting. Very, very well received. Josh and Jill reported to the Ag Committee, had a fantastic meeting with them. And so I think we've made, as in so many areas, made such great progress on that, to the satisfaction of what the legislature is looking for with that. So very exciting. Some of the actual the activities coming up in this next year, planning trade missions. Food Taipei is the trade show coming up in June. WUSADA, which is the Western U.S. Ag Trade Association. We've been long standing members of this organization. Hosts companies, hosts booth space, hosts all kinds of different things at that Food Taipei trade show. Our trade office also has a presence at that show, so we're working to put together Wyoming companies to attend that particular trade show. Also looking at different Canadian opportunities, even exploring what could be done for in the European market, as well as Singapore specifically. Jill also was very involved specifically in the Project Jupiter effort, but others now that involve ag companies looking at Wyoming ag technology. Kind of an interesting, fantastic change that we've seen is the types of companies interested in located in Wyoming. So we've really valued Jill's input there and her ability to help some of those. We also have been working on getting a Grown in Wyoming, which is not the official name of the project, but basically a web portal where you can access foods grown and produced in Wyoming. If you're a restaurant, if you're just a regular consumer, if you're a wholesaler, all those different things. So that's kind of an ongoing and exciting project that hopefully can help Wyoming companies promote themselves within the state and out of the state. Now, the final effort is a co-packing opportunity. There's a grant that the state of Colorado is the primary applicant on, but has invited us to be a participant in, that can help put together efforts for co-packing. I should have had Jill come on to talk about this because I'm going to basically murder it, but it is one of the things that's really been a hindrance to food production, to exports, to selling in any kind of bulk out of Wyoming, is this need to be able to aggregate several different products into one container or one shipment, so that you get some economies of scale there on the shipping and driving those costs into a place where it's competitive. So hopefully this effort can gain some traction on that. I don't know, a ton of details about whether this is heading towards warehousing, probably all of the above, the different pieces of that could help get some, I guess, aggregation together for our food processors in the state. So exciting stuff. Stay tuned, I think, for more on that. So moving on from agribusiness to the Asia Pacific Trade Office. So the Asia Pacific Trade Office, I guess, it's fits within the services division. Ron Goldberg and I work together a lot on that, but really our whole team, the regional directors, Jill, Wendy, everybody works a ton, and Kaylee, on the efforts of this Asia Pacific Trade Office. If you remember, it was started kind of during the Meade administration after several years of the Taiwan government encouraging us to consider a trade office there. I believe there are 14 other states with a Taiwan trade office. Our office is not focused exclusively on Taiwan, as it says in its name. It's the Asia Pacific Trade Office. We've started to have some real success there, so it's kind of an exciting time to be able to report on what's going on there. No hiding it. COVID was a real kick in the pants on the export efforts, on our efforts to provide beef into Taiwan, any product really. It became a full but yeah, I guess almost a full stop on any of those efforts going in there. But we've since then been able to have really great success backwards distilling out of Mills, Big Gloss Meadery out of Gillette, newly Jackson Hole Stillworks, Cell Drop in Laramie, which is a really cool company that we have worked with both on the SBIR matching program. They're also an Impact 307 client. They're having some success in selling in Taiwan and building great partnerships there. So that's been really exciting to watch that. Illusion out of Cody, still working in some negotiations. Their English language classes present some great opportunity in Taiwan. EPC, a company here in Cheyenne. Maven Optics out of Lander, which is also exciting. I think you'll recall the BRC project to build them an exciting new facility there in Lander. Brunton and Riverton, another project, another company that we've been long involved with. And then another company that does cosmetics, Trilipiderm out of Jackson, having some good success there. So we're seeing stuff starting to really build forward on that. The other piece of this, kind of looking forward into the years, is working with our regional directors, working with Kaylee in the BRE program, and as well as the BRN partnerships, Manufacturing Works, specifically to find companies in Wyoming that have potential to export into Taiwan and can really take advantage of the very specific pieces of, I guess, the very specific market that exists there. So increased work there. Chester, the Chester Chu, the manager of that office, actually visited last month, brought a couple of different companies over that we were able to put in front of the university and different, I guess, other private sector opportunities for those companies. And then we were also able to meet and focus our efforts for 2023. So there's also, I guess, facilitated by this office, some opportunities for educational connections, whether that's sister schools in K-12 or the international programs at the university. Then also having Chester and Eva explore for us what are the opportunities for foreign direct investment from Taiwanese companies to Wyoming. There's a lot of interest in the blockchain space, and so we'll continue to kind of explore that, making sure that what is coming from that is something that's a mutual benefit. But you know, we work for Wyoming, so we want the bigger benefit in any of those relationships. So keeping that in mind, that's kind of where we're looking to go, continuing to work with the Asia Pacific Trade Office. Now, into community engagement and leadership, which is Amber Power is our manager of that. So I've never worked in community development while I've been at the Business Council, but gosh, it's a fun subject. It's super cool. It's such an incredible set of work, and to be able to sit down and discuss with the community, how do you get yourselves to these next levels? Totally re-looking at how we provide these services. This has been renamed Community Engagement and Leadership, and has a total focus on the capacity building of a community. Again, tie this back into our conversations yesterday on what prioritization. Amber is taking that concept of making sure that what we do is economic development driven, is driven by the priorities of the Business Council, that we start on day one helping a community understand the pieces of what's going to need to happen to put things into place, so that at the end of everything, projects come out of that are the perfect fit for what we're looking at. I need to stop saying perfect. Perfect never exists, but are the better fits that there's been a whole process and gotten to on that. Amber has been a part of the steering committee for the Pathways to Prosperity project this year too. Taking, and has been part of that Harvard class as well, taking those concepts of PDIA, reapplying them. All I can say is fantastic things about the ways that these are working, looking at things that we've always done, and nobody is saying, well, that's the way we've always done it. We are in a lot of ways blowing up processes on the community reviews, wanting to make sure that everything we're doing really is leading us again to what matters to the state of Wyoming, what's going to drive your economic development locally. So not to undervalue any of the other things that could come, the community development related things, but again, just to focus on to exactly what looks important and what's going to drive a community's economies. So with that, we'll be revamping that community review process, as well as providing reporting for Gillette and Sheridan, who we just completed community reviews for, but then in the process of those pivoting to new ways of help and new ways of using even the reporting coming from those reviews into more useful ways. So it should be fantastic. Yeah, so you guys, I guess, can read the rest of that slide, but I couldn't be more excited about what's going on in the community engagement and leadership section of the services division. So with that, I'm going to move into what you'll all be thrilled to know is my last slide, kinda, before we get to contracts. Main Street program. I think Main Street has had a fantastic year with Kayla Clare as the manager of it, looking down through these success stories up there on the accomplishment side. I actually had the privilege of attending the best practices workshop, which is a program that is entirely ran by our Main Street program, where you take Wyoming's Main Street managers and center them on the National Main Street Conference, but before the conference, work with Main Street communities surrounding the community hosting the bigger conference, work with those communities and take our Main Street managers to those communities to learn from them, to hear their success stories, their not success stories, to see their communities, gain inspiration, all kinds of incredible stuff. Massive amount of work goes into that, all done by Kayla. And had that, so anyway, like I said, had the privilege of attending that in this last year. Fantastic, blow your mind, amazing, and such an inspiration to just see these different communities and what's worked there and what hasn't worked there. So that has been a great thing. Another really big thing for us was hosting the Community Transformation Workshop. This is a national conference we originally were going to host in COVID year, and of course, as everything else got blown up. So this was kind of our makeup year, but we were able to host 30 different community leaders from around the country and their Main Street communities here for that community transformation workshop. Fantastic. One of our clear big priorities and leads to why we asked Derek to serve both the Business Council Board and the Main Street Advisory Board is being able to tie better into what the priorities of the regular Business Council Board are, as well as putting that together with the Main Street program and making sure there's a ton of coordination there, all those different things. So that's, again, even looking into 2023, continued work on that effort, making it tangible gains in those sort of I guess relations there. So thanks all for your work on that. Specifically, Derek, really appreciate your double time commitment to that. We have been working on, I shouldn't say we, Kayla and team have been working on rebranding of the Main Street program, mostly because the brands that we've been using, the look of our materials, different things like that have just probably gone a little bit stale. There's nothing horribly wrong with them. They're just old and in need of updates. So Kayla's assembled a team that's looking at that. She went out with an RFP to find a marketing company that would be able to help with that. So they're in the throes of that project as we talk about it. As we talk about it right now, Kayla's goals are to demonstrate greater ROI. We've said for a long time, the Main Street program is one of our most easily demonstrated positive ROIs. But Kayla's personality, if you meet her, if you know her, is to continually do bigger, better. And so that's what she's working on there, as well as putting together a library of resources for our Main Street communities and then just overall expansion of those services. This is really one of our premier examples. I think I've said it every time we've ever talked about it, but the Main Street program is a premier example of how we can provide capacity building to communities. It's got set standards, it's got accountability, it's got staff dedicated to working with the communities as they encounter issues with it. It's just a really great example. And I think going forward, we want to continue to look at how do we formulate a lot of the other things that we do in the services division around the way the Main Street program works. It's a fantastic program that does great things in the downtowns of communities. Leads again to one of these things that we can really do to help communities that isn't necessarily a large grant. It's just service, it's know-how, and all those different things. So it's a really great program that does great things for Wyoming. So with that, I will ask if there are any questions about our general programming. If there are not, we can move into contracts.
Miss Kathy, do you have a question?
You're on mute, Kathy.
Sorry, I didn't know that. I do have a question, but I want to compliment Brandon and his team. I'll tell you, I don't talk as fast as Brandon, but he covered a lot. There is a lot of things going on with these team members, and they are doing some amazing work, especially some of them are new and they're just jumping right in and doing some great things. But I do have, my question is about Taylor and Kaylee, the entrepreneurship and the business retention piece of this puzzle. Brandon, you said with the ecosystem, they were connecting different aspects of it, and then we're kind of looking at the gaps in general. With either of them, are there any glaring gaps? And this kind of goes back to the progress for prosperity. And I just, if there's anything that shouts out at either of you as far as entrepreneurship and business retention.
Sure, and if Kaylee or Chance are on and they wanted to raise their hand and join as a panelist, I'd be happy to have them do that too. I think on the BRE side with Kaylee's role, I don't know that we are actually at that point where we're identified massive gaps yet, but I think on the entrepreneurship side, the obvious one is always going to be funding at the different stages of company growth in Wyoming. One of the big things we've identified, really, again, go back to through the Project Jupiter, is in this general ecosystem of the state of Wyoming. We have a lot of companies in the startup phase, very small companies, and companies that can move and grow and grow and grow to a point where they sell, right? And could stay in Wyoming, mostly not stay in Wyoming. We don't have a lot of companies in the Project Jupiter sphere that can gain the ability to stay in Wyoming and can really grow on that. So it's not an offerings gap, it's a gap in the ecosystem. And I think that's something that has been identified that we can really put some work on there. But I think most of what has really come so far has been sort of that funding side. The original Kickstart program was developed to help with some funding beyond, your very first investments, your angels, the friends and family investment, that sort of thing. But that's just another piece of funding. There's still another gap there between true investment, different things. So if Taylor is on, I would have him expand. If he is not, also no problem. But I would encourage you also to all totally feel free to reach out to any of my team anytime you want. So Kaylee is on with her hand raised.
Just to expand a little bit, I think you're right, Brandon. There's still a lot of kind of networking in some places that I haven't been to yet. So still a work in progress on some of that fact finding on my end. But so far, I think there's certainly been a need for some education for a lot of our kind of like local boots on the ground leaders and EDOs. I think BRE is a pretty broad topic, and a lot of people maybe don't know where to start or don't know if what they're doing, it kind of hits the standard. So I think there's certainly some educational components that we can provide. And then there's a need for some data collection. I think Wyoming has been, we're small enough that a lot of times we can kind of get by with just like anecdotal or just knowing everyone in your community because it's small enough and you can do that as an individual. But I think there's certainly a need to start collecting some data to help inform some of the decisions we're making, whether that's on policy or funding or, whatever tool we want to use. So that's two things I've been able to identify over the last few months, but I'm also going to be getting some formal training this spring. So I think that'll kind of help, as we identify some of those gaps as well.
Thank you, Kaylee. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. DeVore?
Okay, I know this is going to shock you all. No question, but just a statement. First of all, Brandon, I honestly thought it was going to go 3 hours.
Sorry.
But no, don't be sorry, because, and I would love to ask our newest board members coming on here. I remember when I came on this board and I thought the Wyoming Business Council was BRC. And it is not. It is such a small component of what you guys do. And Brandon, through the services division, first of all, the restructure of just how the business council is structured with services and investments and all of that stuff, it is so meaningful. I know it seems like it's history and we did it a few years ago, but it is so meaningful because anyone from the outside, if they would actually sit through our meeting, would be able to see what a large component the services division is in relationship to the whole WBC. And that I'm super cheap because I'm a banker, of course. So I sit here and I listen to all of you and hear everything that you're doing across the state, outside of the US. And what registers in my head is the fact that those aren't costing us $3 million per pop. Those aren't $1 million investments. Those are investments in you as people. I know so many businesses across this state are touched by each of you in the services division, that Jill has single-handedly opened up the world for one of my ranching customers. And it doesn't cost the state an investment dime. It's just paying for wonderful people like you to be there every day and make this magic happen. So I'm sorry, I know that's like really gushy stuff, but I'm super proud of all of you and all the work you've done over the years to position it this way. So enough of that. No more gushy stuff. I'm back to nerdy stuff.
Thank you, Kim. We adore Gushy when it's about how awesome the services team is. So Taylor, your hand is raised, and Ms. Thayer's hand is also raised. And I don't know, John, do you want to respond to the earlier questions, Taylor, or should we go to Pam's question?
Yeah, let's hit Taylor up so he can share his perspective on all of this.
Thank you. And yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity to, I've mentioned it to multiple people here in the Business Council, especially hiring committee when I got brought on. I'm just very grateful to be here and have the opportunity to work on some of the things that we're able to do here in the services team. And for me, entrepreneurship is near and dear to my heart. I've got family that are all entrepreneurs. So it's been an exciting time to be able to take an assessment and really evaluate where we're at with fresh perspective, I guess, not having been in the private industry, coming from public to private here. And it really has, to Kathy, Ms. Tomasi, your question, really the biggest thing when it comes to where we're identifying gaps, it really goes back to what Brandon was talking about in funding. That seems to be one of the biggest gaps, but it really depends on how you look at and what type of entrepreneur and startup you're really talking about here, right? There are different domains. If we're talking about the small mom and pop shops, those base industries around the state, they have very different needs than if we're talking about a tech startup. The Project Jupiters in the state, they're on a very different track. And so if we're looking at those high growth, mostly those high growth startups, which is kind of what we see as being one of the bigger opportunities for the state in terms of economic development and return. Those folks are seeing a big gap in resources in terms of the funding mechanisms and the variety of funding mechanisms that are offered here in the state. So that's become ever apparent. The SBIR grant those matching dollars are extremely effective, but only for a very small subsection of those startups, so those tech startups, right? Only a few of them can apply for SBIR federal dollars. And so while it's a great program to serve a very specific startup type, we're recognizing that there's a whole nother group of startups in that high growth realm that is being underserved. So working with folks like, just understanding who is all out there, working with those folks in the venture capital angel investment realm is important for us. And that's, I would say, probably the biggest one. If we're looking at entrepreneur resources and the ecosystem as a whole, regardless of whether it's the high growth startup or the smaller mom and pop shop, we actually see that we're covering our bases really nicely. But there's actually a gap in how those startups are actually accessing the resources. And so what we're identifying there is we need to be able to help bring the resources that we have available to us, whether it's Impact 307, whether it's the SBDC, whether it's these SBIR matching dollars. We need to be able to bring those resources closer to the startups. So we're actually identifying that connectedness actually is a gap. And so we're understanding what some solutions to that might be. So again, in my mind, it's a very exciting time that we're seeing some good traction, some startups that are coming through and having a lot of success. And we're able to, work with those folks to understand what has brought them their success, what their needs are now, and what they wish they would have had earlier on in the process, and understanding how we might be able to provide some solutions to that. So I could talk on and on about this. Obviously, I'm pretty excited about it. So if you do have further questions or want to talk more in depth about that, I'm happy to answer questions, but that's my 10,000 foot view of the entrepreneur ecosystem as it sits.
Thanks, Taylor. That was great. Miss Thayer?
I'm going to save some time. I'm going to put my comments. It's more comments. I'm going to be a little gushy like Kim also, but I'll put them in our comments and everybody can read them there.
Perfect. Thank you. Any questions for Brandon or anything on follow up with Taylor? All right. Well, let's skip into the contracts. And I think, as everybody's expressing their gratitude and recognizing how much work is done on the service side from all the different programming, I think one of the unique aspects, or certainly something I learned as getting to be chair over the last year, was not only is it broad-based and impactful across the board for so many different things that are sometimes recognized in full force and up front, but there's a lot of things that are happening behind the scenes and behind the curtain. But there's also a very technical aspect to what services does, and it's going to show up really well in a project like Lightbox. And if you think about the amount of dollars and the coordination and everything that is taking place as we are trying to push broadband throughout the state and create connectivity to provide kind of universal services, if you will, across the state, that level of technical expertise and that detail really shows through. And with that, I will tee this back up to Brandon for Project Lightbox and its contract.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Of total note, you would probably see in the presentation we just finished about the services division, broadband wasn't one slide. That's because broadband is the next 37 slides for you. Not necessarily that many, I haven't counted, but I want to bring up Elena Zempel, our broadband manager. I described before, broadband manager extraordinaire. As she started this last year, earlier this year, working through the unending number of federal programs that need different work done on them, and on any given day, applications put in, budgets developed, curing of these applications that have been put in, constant coordination with the NTIA folks, our CPF folks here at the state of Wyoming, the governor's office, me, Amy, Josh, Carrie, for contracts, massive amounts of work. I can't tell you how many times we've asked Elena, and well, really have to ask her, she's dedicated, and new work had to be done to move vacation and to do work on vacation. Just an incredible amount of work gets done in this program. And so hats off to Elena for that. But I want to toss this to Elena to discuss the contract in front of you, which is if you'll recall, basically a second phase to the first contract that we had worked with you to have approved in our last board meeting with lightbox.com for our mapping project tied to the CPF program, which will be opened up as Connect Wyoming 2.0. This contract represents the license agreement. If the last contract was data gathering, this is data accessing. And so without saying any more, I will give this to Elena to present the contract to you.
Thank you, Brandon, and Chairman and the board. What's before you is the second half of a license of the contract with Lightbox. If you will remember, because of funding pots and where we had to pull funding for the mapping, we split this contract down the middle. The original split had Lightbox collecting data from the ISP or the providers in the second part of that. As time went on, we became concerned that we wouldn't be getting the ISP data timely into the mapping. So in visiting with Lightbox, they turned something, well, not turned, they moved that data collection from the providers up earlier and then put the second half of the agreement into a license agreement rather than doing some of the work then. They were doing it earlier, so we were able to get that done in a timely fashion. And this second half is called the license agreement. We've gathered all the data. It's our Lightbox is gathering and all the data, putting it in the map. Now this is the second half of the agreement so that we can use that data. I have on the phone or on the with me from Lightbox is Bill Price and Kevin Ernst, who are here to answer questions. This is simply signing the second half of this contract with Lightbox, and we've maneuvered it just a little bit so we could start earlier on that gathering of data. I would open this up to any questions that you might want to ask me, Brandon, or Bill or Kevin from Lightbox as we go forward. I just learned yesterday you have to look for the little hands. I don't see them. Bill, is there anything you wanted to add at this moment before we take this contract to the vote of the board?
I just want to know how to get to the point where they talk gushy about Lightbox. We just want to do a really good job and make everybody happy. I see Aaron has a question. Here we go.
On the licensing agreement, we're able to use, so we have the option to renew or not renew, but still maintain the version of the application that we are currently on. Is that correct through the licensing agreement?
Yeah, so if at the end of the contract, you want to do something else and we're no longer there, you have a perpetual license to use the data that you had at that moment in time. It just won't be updated going forward by us.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Kathy?
So what is the timeline of this? I see in the term of the contract, it's August 31st, 2023 will be the initial term. Is that when you hope to start, and how long will this take?
No, we've already started, right? We've been working on this together since August, right?
Okay,
And
all right.
And the goal was to do everything we could with half of the funding, right, to be ready to finish it, the second half quickly, so that you guys would be in a position with the data you need to do the best you can with the grant fund program you're going to run coming from the federal money, right?
Okay, all
That
right.
does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I was just a little confused about the dates, and I thought that you had started, but I wasn't completely sure. So thank you. I appreciate that. So you think it will be pretty much concluded by the time the grant is granted? Am I correct?
Well, right now we're on a track where if the business council wanted to publish a map and begin the granting process, if you had the funds to do it, you know, I mean, Elena, I'm thinking you'd be ready to go probably no later than the end of February. I don't think the BEAD money shows up until much later than that, but
Yeah.
Is that right, Elena?
Yeah, that's correct. We won't see BEAD in probably until 2024 even. What this mapping primarily was for was what's called the CPF, the capital projects funds, the 604, those ARPA funds. And we are waiting for that distribution of the allocation of 75 million for the broadband. Behind the scenes with the mapping, we and work primarily with Dave Johnson, is we have an application ready to go for the CPF. We have working on a metric to determine who is going to get funded. The map is really an important part of that because we want to make sure that we're not overbuilding already existing federal programs that the providers have identified through either Reconnect or RDOF or CAF1 or CAF2. And so this map helps a committee or deciding or determining who should receive funding. And that's why we need the map in place before we can roll out the program. But right now, Kathy, we haven't, the check is not even in the mail yet, or the money is not in the bank, but we anticipate that will be very soon.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Any other questions from the group? All right, as we move forward, this is an action item, so we would take a recommendation subject to funding appropriation and approval by the Attorney General's office for the final contract.
So moved, John.
There is a motion from Derek. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, John.
Heard a couple seconds out there. Did I hear a Chuck?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please designate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. And it looks like the contract has been approved. Brandon, handing over for the contract with CTC Technologies, sorry.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, board, for that approval on the LIBAX contract. Moving down in the board book, you will see, actually, you're going to see a presentation that's in that board book before the actual text of the contract. This is a significant contract, but it's for a significant task because the opportunity is significant. We consider the BEAD program and the opportunity for connection and the amount of funding coming from that program that'll allow us to connect homes and businesses across the state that are not currently served with high-speed broadband service. This is an opportunity we've never had. It's a possibility we will never have this again. And so we are absolutely dedicated to making sure that we get this right and that we get this done with the maximum amount of money available to Wyoming. And so with that, we have elected to seek consulting help to be the face of the Wyoming Broadband Office to not only be the face of, but to operationally be the Wyoming Broadband Office for the administration of the BEAD program coming from the federal government, as well as the Digital Equity Program, additional program on top of the regular BEAD program. We anticipate we are guaranteed an allocation of around $100 million in deployable funds through the BEAD program, but we can possibly be eligible for more. Depends on who you talk to, what those possibilities are. But as we identify the appropriate projects in the unserved areas around the state, some have said up to possibly $300 million that we would be able to deploy for broadband development around the state. With that, it became necessary and obvious that we were going to need a top tier operation to assist us in the deployment of these funds. I've said yesterday when I was talking to somebody about this, Elena is indeed Superwoman. She is able to hold the pieces of the broadband office together. And David Johnson, our consultant, is incredible, has provided astonishing value to us in this. But that one person plus consultant team is not enough to run both the CPF program and the BEAD program and the digital equity program at the same time. Again, Superwoman, but full disaster would be coming if we were trying to do this with our existing team of 1+. So we elected to put out an RFP to seek the best solution for this. We don't, as you're aware, as a board, we're not required at the Business Council to use the state's procurement procedures. We have some exemption from that. We thought the significance of this contract, the amount, and just the overall importance of the work meant we should go through that entire process. So we did. We released an RFP on the 21st of August with proposals due back to us September 19th. That RFP is not in your board materials. If you'd like to look at it, contact Elena or Carrie, and you can see that exceptionally detailed, lining out what we needed and what we're calling our soup to nuts solution for the administration of this program. The federal government, of course, has been encouraging states to up their staffing and up their capabilities in broadband administration. As you heard from Sarah Smith yesterday with the NTIA, this is our solution for that need. In our RFP process, we, again, through the State of Wyoming Administration and Information, I guess they're an agency. We used their system. We had 7 respondents. We narrowed the field of respondents down to 4, conducted oral interviews in the middle of October. CTC, who is our chosen vendor, is partnered with McKinsey, and we chose them as our choice to get this done in the most efficient, effective way. Received both highest points in proposal and highest points in the oral presentation. So one of the biggest pieces that we've been looking for, again, in this is dedicated staff, a transparent to the user, or not a transparent, and I have to stop trying to use big words, non-obvious to the user, to the customer, the Business Council's broadband office, these positions are not actual employees of the Business Council. What we were looking for, very specific dedicated staff. CTC has been able to provide us with a system that will be that will show exactly as the broadband office, not as dealing with CTC. It dedicated or committed to that work. These are extremely qualified people that are on the team for both of the primary groups involved in this contract have done lots of different work similar to this and are actually providing similar or the exact service to other states around the country for this. Final thing, kind of on the process and how we chose this, we talk about when we're hiring people, the feel of the room. It's really important to have a great rapport with the people. We're worried about whether people that we hire are humble. Are they hungry for the work, and are they smart? And I think in a lot of ways, the smart aspect plays out in do companies approach us? Do people approach us as teachers, as partners, not as we know more than you? The feeling we got from CTC during all the presentations and every literal single action or interaction we've had with them is that they are, as a team, humble, hungry, and smart. If we were hiring people, we would hire them in a heartbeat. And yes, that is an offer if any of you are on the phone. But that's been a fantastic piece there. Want to go down through just one little technical thing. I don't know how little it is. The contract that's before you is agreed upon between us and CTC to the point where we're comfortable presenting it to you. And I'll have Amy come on and when we're to the point where we ask you for action. There will be contingencies for funding, as well as agreeing to the contract with no substantive changes within that. The only piece in the contract that we are not agreed on yet, we don't feel is a substantive change, and we have confirmation from the Attorney General's office that that is correct. In Section 7, subsections K, M, N, and O deal with federal funding, and they are sections from a state template to deal with federal funding, essentially dealing with audit requirements. We have not fully agreed on those pieces yet, and we're working to come to an understanding, but we're comfortable that that is something that can be done after your approval, contingent on funding again. So this contract is for $5.18 million running through December of 2024, again, for the soup to nuts administration of Wyoming's BEAD program and digital equity. With that, Hamilton Boggs with McKinsey Company is, I believe, on the call with us and can present more about the exact ways that their team, led by CTC, will operate as our BEAD administrators. Is Hamilton on the call, Amy, or?
I believe Hamilton is, and Joanne is president of CTC. Sorry, we had some technical problems, which might be why I was not immediately visible, but my colleague Hamilton Boggs from McKinsey & Company is also with us. So you have senior representation of both companies here, and we're really delighted to have the opportunity to speak with all of you. If I may, we have a few slides, a presentation to sort of summarize what we will be doing over the next couple of years and what our scope is, what our philosophy is, and how we propose to support the state of Wyoming with all of this work.
And Joanne, if I may, I believe we've got those slides. And so Ben, I don't know if you're able to display those for us.
They are just before the contract in the scrolling PDF, Ben.
Yep, and they're in your board book too for all the board members who might be following separately.
So our apologies for our technical challenges, but I may ask Hamilton if he will pull them up then, and I can speak along with them. Thanks.
I'll pull them up right now.
Okay, thank you so much. So let me just say on behalf of the whole team, we really are delighted to have this opportunity to speak with all of you and to be able to make this presentation. And I'm going to sort of share a big picture overview of the work that we'll be doing, the philosophy we bring to it, and how we work together. As I think you all know, the BEAD opportunity of more than $42 billion across the country is not only the first of its kind, but also likely to be the last of its kind, to the point that Brandon made. This is a one-time opportunity. The digital equity, or what's sometimes called digital opportunity planning, is also a first of its kind. It's the first time that the federal government has provided resources to the states to do this kind of planning. And the goal of the work of the next couple of years is to bring to bear not only the best data and the most robust analytics, but also sufficient support and comprehensive soup to nuts support to be able to maximize the planning cycle for leveraging all of these funds. The way the federal government has set the program up is that the states will be required to go through what is effectively a 2-year planning effort that includes not only developing data and writing multiple detailed plans, but also going through a contingent grant making process that will then have to be presented to the federal government for approval both before the funds are released. So that is this robust planning exercise of the next 2 years. And our team looks forward to working with all of you and with Elena and the team to make sure that the most robust and rigorous analysis underlies all of those plans for maximizing the use of those dollars. Can I have the next slide, please? The RFP we responded to includes that full comprehensive set of services and support that Brandon was referring to, ranging from comprehensive staffing so that there is expert staffing in place for a broadband office where it is not visible to stakeholders that this is contract support rather than employed labor. We would be integrated into your team. We would be presenting ourselves as your team, as we will be, and providing a full suite of support. And then that team, supplemented considerably by the analytics team at McKinsey, as well as CTC's expert engineering, business planning, grants management, and other broadband staffing, will deliver on engagement, report development, and grant development and management. And I'm actually anticipating the next couple of slides, which speak to what we'll do. This one just speaks to what the RFP called for and what we have responded we'll be able to address. Can I have the next slide, please? So the team, and I'll show you in a minute what we'll be doing, is made up of both CTC and McKinsey, and we work in partnership in multiple states around the country, including in one of your neighboring states in Montana, and are very closely aligned and integrated in the work that we do. The senior leadership team that includes both myself and Hamilton representing our respective organizations will be supported by dedicated expert consultants with a wide range of different areas of expertise, including cost analytics, engineering, financial planning, statistical analysis, deep expertise in how the federal government regards these things and what the pieces are that we need to put in place to unlock the funds, as well as, of course, the underlying data of a wide range of different types in order to make sure that you have before you, as a result of our work, the best possible data, a range of options, and the opportunity to make decisions in the most informed way possible. Can I have the next slide? Here is where I was going 2 slides back in sharing what what we've proposed to do and what our contract reflects with regard to the elements of the project that were in the RFP. And the contract that you have before you actually takes us pretty much all the way up through element 4. The actual auditing and monitoring that will follow beyond the end of 2024 is contemplated for a future phase of the work to give the Business Council maximum flexibility to recalibrate and reassess at the end of 2024. But this is effectively the work that we anticipate for 2023 and 2024, as is required by the federal policymakers and as every state is undertaking. It's effectively a very robust year of planning and data analysis and decision-making to come to a final set of strategies that are data-based for how to expend the funds, and then that grant-making process on a contingent basis, supported by ongoing analysis and analytics in the grant development and management process, leading to that final plan for how each dollar will be expended, where it'll be expended, and for what, so that once the federal government approves that, hopefully at about the end of 2024, based on the data we have currently, you are ready to go flying into 2025 with deployment. So the various elements include the staffing, use of McKinsey's Broadband Lab tool, which is a tool for analytics with some very robust underlying data, all of the engagement to make sure that the communities are consulted, that Wyomingites are part of defining their needs, articulating their priorities, having voice and say into all of this work. That includes Wyoming businesses, individuals, institutions, etc. And then that all gets rolled up into a comprehensive and actionable set of plans that then leads to the program implementation and that contingent grant making. Can I have the next slide, please? We have provided a full timeline of what we anticipate based on the information that has been provided by the federal government. And for better or worse, the schedule of much of this is determined by the extremely prescriptive set.
Looks like Joanne might have cut out. Did she cut out for others as well? Okay, so yeah, I think Joanne was saying that we are a bit beholden to the schedule that's been laid out by NTIA for this process. With that said, I think that we have the ambition and service to Wyoming, Wyomingites, and the Wyoming Business Council to make sure that we are meeting or exceeding, accelerating this timeline on behalf of Wyoming, doing careful planning, but also making sure that Wyoming is front running and being out ahead of the pack, which could support other objectives in terms of getting service to all Wyomings. Next slide, please. So the way that it's been set up here is a phase one, which runs through kind of like the bulk of the planning of the BEAD program. So this takes it all the way up through the final proposal. And then phase two would be kind of more of the deployment and the execution of the actual work that was planned in phase one. I think we, in conversation with the Wyoming Business Council, wanted to make sure that this, we have full confidence that this is going to be a partnership that is going to be incredibly successful, and we are extraordinarily excited about it. But this gate check is just a chance for us to kind of make sure that it's working in the way that we want it to work. Of course, we will have touch points along the way if there are any corrective actions that are needed. But we really are we see this as such a critical component for Wyoming, for the business goals, economic goals, healthcare goals, educational goals of the state. And so we want to make sure that we are acting in best service to Wyoming. So we will kind of execute this first phase and then make sure that there's a mutual commitment that this is still the right partnership for the state going forward. Our ultimate goal is that the state meets its goals. And so we want to ensure that we are the best partners. We believe that we are the best partners, but we want to make sure that if something shifts, that we are able to provide that kind of counsel for the state going forward. And then Brandon mentioned before the expected pricing for phase one, and then we have a kind of an anticipated price for phase two. The phase one total coming to $5.18 million, and that will be funded through the BEAD and the digital equity planning grants that the NTIA is providing. Phase two would be funded through the 2% administrative fees that are associated with whatever allocation the state of Wyoming would receive. So Wyoming will receive a set allocation, at least 100 million. That's kind of like the floor, but current estimates have Wyoming receiving significantly more than that, which is great because Wyoming has some significant challenges that are unique to Wyoming and actually other Western states in terms of geography, population density that have to be overcome in order to meet the BEAD goals that are outlined in the NOFO. So this estimate is based upon what we anticipate the funds are that Wyoming would get, but it would flex up and down to meet any budgetary constraints that Wyoming has. and any deployment needs that Wyoming has. As if you get more money and there's more deployment, then there would be more requirements in terms of the administration and oversight of that program. So I'm not sure what happened to Joanne. It is, always ironic and fun when you are talking about broadband and there are connectivity issues. So we have hearty laughs about that quite often. So I know that she would be disappointed that her connection cut out. But I think one thing that maybe we haven't touched on, our partnership with CTC is really deep. We have a great respect for one another. We are very committed to one another in the success of each other as well as the state. And so we are really excited about the ability and the opportunity to partner in support of Wyoming. I am based in Denver, just down 25. And so I'm also excited about making many visits up and visiting and seeing you all hopefully in person soon. So we appreciate the opportunity and would love to answer any questions if you might have them.
And I am back with an apology about my connectivity issues. I am actually in a very rural community doing outreach and engagement on broadband topics and with less than reliable connectivity. So thank you for your understanding.
All good, Joanne. Thank you very much. Kathy, it looks like you have a question, and then Aaron.
Yes, I do. So this is for Hamilton or Joanne. So Joanne, CTC is the contractor and McKinsey is the subcontractor. Do we need we don't need a contract with McKinsey? That is taken care of through the CTC contract. Am I correct? Okay. Okay. So the second part of my question is, in one of Joanne's slides, there was mention of oversight at a later timeline. Does that mean that you decide that you're in charge of the application process also, or is that a separate site that we are in charge? I just want to understand who's in charge of that for the providers.
So the RFP that we responded to and this the scope that we've committed to in the contract is to support the business council and provide all the functions of the broadband office, which will include helping to design for state approval, the grant program, stand up the grant program, and support the administration and review of applications with recommendations for decision-making by the state. I don't know if that answers the question.
It does, yes. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Ms. Aaron?
Hey, if I can find all the right buttons, we'll be doing good. So thank you, Joanne Hamilton. Just a couple of things here. I know as we're releasing this, there's only, 50 other states that are releasing the exact same thing. And so when you guys talk about 100% dedicated staff, that the staff, especially the key staff working on this project, will only be working on Wyoming's project. I don't know how many other states you've been awarded or anything like that, but it seems that focus is intact there. Is that correct?
So yes, it's sort of variation on that, in that to give you a sense of scale, by the way, McKinsey is obviously a very, very large entity. CTC is about 100 people across the country, with many people in the Mountain West. What we have discussed with Elena and the team is that we will provide dedicated staffing, but much of the staffing will also be provided by specialists with the particular expertise that is necessary at the time. So what you're going to need in 2023 will be a considerable amount of engineering and cost modeling, staffing and expertise, whereas in 2024, grant administration and grant review capabilities are going to be one of the primary needs. So we anticipate, we're a public sector broadband consultancy across a wide range of areas of expertise. We will plug in the right expertise with the right staff at exactly the right time, but all of that will be led by a dedicated team of someone who will be full-time on this project and multiple people who will be spending considerable amounts of their time on this project. Our promise is that we will deliver all of the functionality of an office that has been stood up and has what it needs. And we will also be responsive in the event that Elena or the team feel that there's more need for more support, because we have made the commitment around that and around the particular outcomes. I hope that answers it, but I can promise you we would not take this work on if we did not feel we had the capacity to deliver.
And similarly, from the McKinsey side, I think, you know, a lot of what we're doing is kind of the plan development and the underlying analytics and support of that. And so there will be times where we have a fully dedicated team that is on the ground intensely kind of sprinting on some of these topics to get prepared. And then there'll be other times where that team is not necessarily required because there's a more extended stakeholder engagement on some of that work to get some feedback on that. I will always be, you know, present and accounted for with the state in terms of providing support. And if there are needs that are arising where it would help for us to flex that full-time support and stand a team up, we can move very quickly in order to address whatever needs are emerging throughout this process.
Great. And just knowing that, I mean, we obviously have a very small broadband group here in Wyoming, and Elena is, you know, superwoman as it relates to that, but she's going to have a lot of dependency on you guys. And federal funding will end, as Sarah had talked to us about the other day. Can you talk to me a little bit about your process as this rolls out and how you guys see closely interacting with Elena and her team, which there's not a lot on her team, but just to make sure, and the, you know, Brandon and everybody in the services arena, just to make sure that as we get to an area where you guys are going to have to come down, if we get in the unfortunate situation where federal funding dries up and our legislature doesn't give us more funding to keep certain activities possibly going, can you talk about what your plan is in terms of your interactions and stuff to make sure that Elena's tightly in that loop? So as we get to that transition point, you know, there's not a lot of lost knowledge there, or a crazy, like, oh my gosh, we got to, you know, do knowledge transfer in a really short window of time.
I think perhaps one way I can answer this is by describing how we've done this in a few other states where we're currently active and have been supporting their broadband offices for a number of years, where they've been funding grant programs out of state dollars. And we have a dedicated team with a very senior project manager who is speaking with the person at the state 3 to 4 times a week for scheduled and lengthy meetings, each with a different topic. And then we have a support team for that dedicated person, including at least 2 people who are spending most of their time on that state and are on most of the calls. And then they're pulling in the relevant experts that they need when they need them. All of the data and all of the information that are created, the minutes of the meetings, the agendas, everything is created in a shared environment. So none of it is ever only on CTC servers. It's always available to and integrated with everything that the state is doing. And in fact, that's all set up in the state's formats and as the state prefers it. And every decision that is made, we can't make decisions for you. We can't run your broadband office, but we can staff your broadband office at a senior level so that Elena is in a position of not having to run down every detail and manage huge amounts of work. And she's in a position to be able to make informed decisions based on significant support that she is getting. And in order for us to do that, we have to be in constant contact. So what I can't promise is that, we'll go away for a few months and we'll come back and tell you how things are going to be. I wouldn't want to promise that. Elena's going to spend a lot of time on Zoom calls with us, but I can promise that we're going to make her life a lot easier and allow her to scale and really deliver on this massive amount of work that needs to be done in the next 2 years.
Perfect. Thank you for that. And I just wanted to note, it looks like from Brandon and Elena's standpoint in regards to Kathy's last comment, knowing that you and Hamilton are in a subcontractor to contractor relationship and that you want CTE is our prime, it looks like they did update some of the language in the contract to make sure that that access to that tool maintains regardless of what happens potentially with your guys' relationship. So thank you guys for that.
Any other questions? This is also an action item, and so as such, we are looking for a recommendation that is also contingent upon the funding and ultimately the Attorney General's office's approval of the contract.
John, I don't
of no substantive changes. Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if you see, but Amy has her hand up, so I don't
Oh,
know.
I didn't. Thank you, Erin.
Yeah,
Amy?
Yes, Mr. Committee
Sorry.
Chair, members of the board. One thing, Mr. Committee Chair, that I would suggest be included in the motion is everything you were saying plus one more contingency, that it's also subject to resolving the issues that Brandon mentioned earlier in the contract between ourselves and the contractor. And so again, that's in section K under section 7, special provisions, K and let me double check. K, shoot, I had it marked, K, M, N, and O. And so, so my suggestion on that motion is that it's contingent on funding the Attorney General's office, Attorney General's office approval, the resolution of issues in the contract between ourselves and the contractor, and no substantive changes.
All right, do we get that? Somebody want to make a motion to that end?
John, can I just say so moved and we'll call it good?
Very good, Derek. I appreciate that. There is a motion on the table. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thanks, Chuck. We've got a motion from Derek, a second from Chuck. All in favor, please designate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Motion is carried. Brandon, anything else for the good of services?
Mr. Committee Chairman, with other than apologizing to you for mistitling you during this entire meeting and declaring you the chairman, I suppose that's more of an apology to Ms. Moore than it is to you. But Mr. Committee Chairman, I don't believe we have any additional business and the Services Committee episode is complete.
Well, thank you for trying to elevate me, Brandon, but Aaron really is, got the broad shoulders. And so with that being said, we will hand it back over to Aaron at this stage, and looks like we're in pretty good shape from timing.
Okay, perfect. We are running efficiently on schedule. We're going to go ahead and take our lunch break early. And so we're going to break from now until about 12:15. I know that gives you a little bit extra. I think that gives everybody some time to take care of a few bits of business as well. So we'll go ahead and return at 12:15. And we'll pick up with Alex and the Investments Committee. We'd like to say great job on the Services Committee. There is so much going on right now at the Business Council, as there is always, but there's definitely some heightened stuff at this point in time. And Brandon, you and your team have a lot of that happen in your arena. And so you guys have, kudos and same accolades as many of the other council members have given. You guys are doing some great things, and it's super exciting. So thank you for all of that. So Okay, with that, unless anybody has anything, we will go ahead and take that break for lunch, get back here by 12:15, and pick up on the investments committee.
I just joined halfway through Josh's introduction of the committee chair. So Madam Co-Chair, are we ready to go?
I am pulling us back together. So hopefully everybody was able to take care of everything they needed to. And Alex is with us. And so we're going to go ahead and we will pass it off to Investments Committee with the committee chair, Alex Klein.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, and I'd like to congratulate my fellow committee chairs on being very efficient thus far. But here comes the Investments Committee. We'll see if we stay on track here, but we've got 45 minutes of extra time, I guess. So we'll kick it off with the SSBCI rules and Mr. Bert Adam. Bert.
And Bert's en route into the panelist room.
There he is. I see Bert's name at least now. So Bert, you are up.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chairman. With SSBCI, I'd like to start with a little update on the progress of the State Small Business Credit Initiative in our application for that program. So as many of you know, we've been working on that since March of 2021, which means we're quickly approaching that 2-year mark. And I think, and not to jinx it, but I think we're really close to the finish line on the application part of the process with US Treasury. Then the real work begins in standing that program up and opening up the applications and managing that. Once we have an application approved and a final allocation agreement that's executed with US Treasury, our clock does start ticking. We have 90 days after that point to have the program stood up and actively accepting applications. And to assure that we make that deadline, we've already started working with our Salesforce contract developers, Wave Interactive, on the application and the other requirements. And Brandon and Taylor mentioned in the services section one of the gaps that they see in that entrepreneurial ecosystem, and that's funding. So a quick reminder, the SSBCI application that we did submit to US Treasury is to use that full allocation of 58.4 million for venture capital. So we'll use 23.4 million to support that initial gap in equity funding, right? So that pre-seed and seed stage through the Wyoming Venture Funds program. These could be angel funds or venture capital funds or other equity funds that do support Wyoming startups. The remaining 35 million is designed to address that next gap that we see in the funding continuum. And that'll be with the Wyoming Venture Direct program. And that'll help businesses close those late seed or early Series A funding rounds and help them scale, setting them up for success as they go to those later stage funding. SSBCI is a 9-year federal program after it's stood up. We will have 3 separate disbursements or tranches of funding. Every 3 or less years, we'll get that funding from Federal Treasury. And there's a lot of guidelines with the program, but important to note just a couple, one of which is the minimum requirement of 1-to-1 private capital at risk. And another one is the goal of having a 10-to-1 leverage ratio. And those guidelines really do help us ensure that SSBCI funds will never be the majority of a deal or the majority of a fund. And these 2 programs that we'll set up through the SSBCI funding will be impactful addition to that startup and equity funding ecosystem in Wyoming. I think it's also important to note that like a lot of our other investments, we want these to be catalytic in nature. to get things moving and not sustaining. And we also want to use these to build capacity. So specifically with SSBCI to build that venture capital ecosystem capacity. There is one thing that could potentially impact our deal flow and our ability to make equity investments in a timely manner that's required by Treasury, and that's conflict of interest. So I'm going to read how Treasury defines that. Treasury defines an SSBCI insider as a person who in the last 12-month period preceding the date on which SSBCI support for a specific investment or venture capital fund or company is closed was, and this is the list, a manager or staff member, whether by employment contract in the state's SSBCI program for venture capital, a government official with direct oversight or jurisdiction over SSBCI venture capital program, a member of the board of directors or similar body for state-sponsored nonprofit, who through such membership has the authority to vote on decisions to invest in SSBCI funds or the authority over employment or compensation of managing staff. And there's a couple other below that. But essentially what that means is that all 13 members of our board, the entire business council team, as well as the governor, will be considered SSBCI insiders. This insider status also expands not only to those insiders, but to their family members and to any of their business partners. And any pre-existing personal financial interest or investment in a company or in a fund from an SSBCI insider, their family member or business partner would prevent us from making an SSBCI investment in that fund or that company. So a couple notes with that. And first is that, as you heard me read through that, it has a 12-month look back window. So if a conflict exists today and is removed in some way, whether that's staff and the staff leaves or board and the board member resigns, or however that is resolved, we still have to wait 12 months after that conflict is resolved to be able to make an investment where conflict previously existed. Also with that, disclosure of the conflict or recusal are not solutions to conflict of interest because of that 12-month look back window. And so what we've been working on as a team is, in order to better understand what conflict currently exists, we're working on, and we plan to send out a survey to all of our team and to the board so we can really measure the impact of what existing conflict is out there. And once we understand that, we'll have to manage that conflict, right? So manage it with both our current staff and future staff, as well as with our current board members and potentially future board members, to make sure that we have the best ability to make investments in a timely manner. So I'll pause there for questions on SSBCI, the program, or the SSBCI insider conflict of interest as it's defined by Treasury. Not seeing any questions.
So,
Aaron.
So Bert, and I know this has been a big point and kind of a snag as we've gone through this program. And I know you and your staff have done a ton of work to try and figure out what options we have here to see if we can minimize conflict or get rid of conflict of interest if we run the program in a bunch of different directions. So I appreciate your work. And I think that's important to state, because this is something that we've strived so very hard for as the Business Council Board, to be able to get to a piece where we could utilize dollars in this venture capital capacity. And I know this certainly has cut off some wind in our sails a little bit. Can you I just, for points of clarification on the conflict of interest though, like if a board member is invested in a fund and then that fund funds any aspects, no matter how small or earlier cycles or anything, any aspects of investment in there, that automatically makes that company ineligible to receive any funding at any point in time, with the exception of when that board member is removed from the board and then 12 months after. Is that correct?
Yeah, Madam Co-Chair, I believe that is correct. In that, the 12-month piece for sure, that even after conflict is resolved, we have to wait 12 months to make those investments. And that if they were invested in a fund, and we still need some clarity from Treasury on, does that mean all investments from the fund, Fund 1, Fund 2, whatever prior are off the table, or just if they invested in Fund 2, just Fund 2 portfolio companies? And so it's defined as pre-existing financial interest in a company. So as long as it was prior to, we cannot invest SSBCI. Now, the benefit is they can always do follow on. So if SSBCI invests first, follow on is not off the table. It's just the SSBCI can't be second to pre-existing conflict investments.
Okay, and just in general investment, no matter how small or large in a fund, automatically precludes. Okay, I just wanted to, I think just those bits of clarification are really important, because I know that's going to have an impact on our deal flow. And so, Bert, is your intention, once you figure out what the impact is to deal flow, I know the rules, especially as we've gone through this and discussed it, right, are very, like, we get tranches. And if we don't spend those tranches in an allocated amount of time, we don't get the next tranche. So do you foresee do we have the ability, and do you foresee potentially adjusting our request or our tranches based on what we think our potential deal flow will be with the conflict of interest?
Madam Co-Chair, so I think, yes, we have the ability to adjust our application at any time. So if we see that we want to change and go away from venture capital and go into debt, those are options I think that we have. I think that we have a pretty decent amount of deal flow currently. Okay. And if we see a really large impact to the pipeline because of conflict, then I think we'll have a different discussion on, like, does it make sense for us to manage that, right? And to deal with whatever that conflict might be. We do have tranches, as you mentioned, so they're every 3 years. And so it's not as simple as saying, if we don't make those investments within 3 years, we lose it. It's compounding in that if we don't make those investments in 3 years, that first tranche is deobligated, and so are future the future tranches in equal amounts, right? So we don't only lose that, we lose the future tranches if we don't make those investments. So we can make investments sooner than 3 years and pull the next tranche down. We just have to be at 80% of the first tranche committed before we can get to the second.
Okay. And the conflict of interest applies equally across VC as well as the loan aspect. Is that true?
Conflict of interest is only for venture capital.
Okay, that's helpful. All right, I'm done.
Mr. Kinsler, did you have a question?
Not really a question. I just wanted to give a little perspective. You know, I think I'll speak for myself because I'm in that world where we're actively raising VC, and I think there's other people on the board that are parts of those groups, or maybe on the board or around that. I think you're correct when you say that there is deal flow, but I think we're also a small contingent within the state, and so, you know, for someone like me, what's going to happen is pretty much every fund is going to want to, you know, be a part of this. So every fund in the state is going to want to be funded through this program, and rightfully so, they should be. But that eliminates me being able to raise money, for example, from any fund in the state. So right away I'm going out of state, and so will other people that those funds will, you know, for example, there's one in Casper that's rather large. So that means all those businesses in Casper will not be able to leverage that fund. So I just wanted to give people context, because we talk about this, and if we're not close to it and don't see what exactly you're talking about, we don't have, you know, lots and lots of venture capital in the state right now. And so by ruling out people, I mean, I totally get the logic, but I just wanted to give people a little bit of context there.
Thanks, Mr. Kinsler. Mr. Durrell.
This is not a simple one, right? Like that's all there is to it. Oh, sorry, Madam Co-Chair, Mr. Committee Chair. This is not a simple one. And what Mr. Kinsler is talking about is a real thing. One of the obligations that I think we have as an agency and as a quasi governmental agency in the state is to push on these issues and illuminate where there are shortcomings in federal funding opportunities for small states. And I'm not trying to use us as an example or anything like that, but what I want to do is, if we just walk away from stuff like this because there are challenges ahead and say, oh gosh, it just doesn't work for us, another federal program that doesn't work, I think we miss an opportunity to educate the federal system. And I think we miss an opportunity to see what comes out. And so Mr. Kinsler is right on the money. It is going to cause some interesting changes. And I think we kind of welcome that. We don't love all of them, but I think it is our sort of our obligation to the state to push on these. And this, I think Bert looked every which way but loose, and that is a reference to a really great Clint Eastwood movie, every which way but loose, to figure out how to do this so that we could kind of have everything that we wanted, and you just couldn't. And I commend him, and I commend this board for trying to figure out ways to do it, because we know this is a challenge in the state to get money to businesses. And we know that this is an opportunity to do that and to get some high growth businesses funded. So it's going to be a fun ride. I feel really, really confident in the board, but I also feel really confident in Bert and his team in the analysis that they've done thus far and getting us set up for it. So it's gonna create some good change. It's gonna be interesting. So thanks for taking it on and not taking the easy way out.
For sure. Mr. Moore.
So is there, Josh, on the heels of your comments and Jason's really good comments related to how this kicks, oh, sorry, you guys, that's my coffee machine in the background. How this kicks a ton of companies out across our state, as Governor Sullivan always put it, we're just one big long road. So what can we do? I know, Bert, you have tried everything under the sun through regular Treasury channels for clarification. Is there anything that we can do for ASO? Any of those groups to try to push something along, or what's our plan to be able to work this?
So one thing we are actively working on, and we've emailed Treasury, and they're willing to work with us to really address what Mr. L talked about, which is a small state, right? So not all of this works the same in Wyoming as it would work in other states. So we will be setting up a group and working with Treasury to try and figure out if there's other things that we can do as we go through the program. For now, at the beginning, it is what it is, and we may be sort of redshirting our first year. But I think even at that, we can make enough investments to get us far enough down the path so that we're not at risk of any of the deobligation going forward. Does that help?
Yes, a little. When do we think we would be launching and officially even be able to entertain applications in this?
So Mr. Vore, it's going to depend on when we have that signed allocation agreement from Treasury, right? So when that is final, it starts the clock. That clock is 90 days. We have to have the program stood up within 90 days. Again, we hope to have it sooner in that our Salesforce developers are already working on the application. But worst case scenario, it will be 90 days after the signed allocation agreement with Treasury.
Okay. Well, okay.
Madam Co-Chair.
Can you talk to me about, like, I was, my earlier comments were a lot around VC or other types of investments here in Wyoming. Can you talk to me how, like, banks and banking is impacted from the aspect of sitting on the board? I mean, do we get far reaching in that aspect as well?
So I will say that I don't think so.
Okay.
And I say that because typically as these high growth, high potential companies that Taylor was talking about, they choose one of two paths to be funded, either debt, and they maybe grow a little bit slower, or they go equity. But typically those ones that go down the equity path don't have debt on the books because investors don't want their money to be used to pay debt. So typically they choose at the beginning which way they're going to go. And they don't usually have a lot of overlap. So pre-existing investment, I mean, potentially it could be debt, in which case it could be a conflict, but I don't think there's a lot of that. There may be some, but I don't think there's a lot.
And just a banking relationship, not investment related, that doesn't impact, does it?
Say that one more time.
Just a banking relationship, not investment related, that does not have an impact, correct? Okay.
No, it is limited to pre-existing investment in that fund or in that particular company.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions for Bert? I know it's not the best news for the group, and Bert and I and the committee have spent a fair amount of time. Kim, is that a new hand?
That is a new hand, just to clarify what Aaron and Bert just talked about. So you talked about debt. If there is a borrowing relationship with the bank, that does not count?
If there's a relationship with the bank without any financial investment, that does not count.
Okay.
Right.
So
now, if there's an investment,
investment.
Yeah, if there's an investment, I think we'll have to run it by Treasury for actual clarity on that, just to make sure one way or the other. My guess is that it would still count if it was actual investment.
Okay, and banks don't make capital investments. That's not usually a permitted investment vehicle for a bank,
right,
to take equity. So, okay, that clarifies it. Thank you.
Any other questions? And if I'm not mistaken, Bert, this was similar to the conversation that you had internally, we later had at the investments committee, and the decision was to move forward with the promulgation and acceptance of rules, and then manage through this in real time and see how it works out.
Yep, that is correct. And I can go through the rules presentation if we want to jump to that, Mr. Committee Chair.
That'd be great. Thank you, Bert.
Sure. All right. Try and all right. So I'll bring up this presentation. And originally we've been through this a couple times, and we haven't adopted these rules yet because we thought maybe adopting these rules would cause all of the board to be considered SSBCI insiders. And now that that's unavoidable, we're back to rules. So because we've been through it a couple times, I'll keep it pretty brief. And you can see these rules on page 82 of your board materials. So again, these are for the State Small Business Credit Initiative. This was part of the American Rescue Plan Act in 2021. We aren't required to have rules, but we do think it is a best practice for this program so that we have consistency with the process and review and funding and determination. These rules were also included in our application to Treasury. So they'll be for both the Wyoming Venture Funds and the Wyoming Venture Direct Program. So highlights on the rules: investments of less than $2 million can be determined by staff. Investments between $2 and $5 million will be determined by the SSBCI committee. That committee does include the board co-chair and the investments committee chair. Wyoming headquarters is a requirement for these investments and have less than 200 employees. Businesses must remain or relocate to Wyoming for at least 1 year post-investment. For the Wyoming Direct Program, co-investment needs a lead investor and the willingness of that lead investor to share diligence. All of the applicants, whether it's a fund or a business looking for co-investment, will be set up with the Wyoming State Auditor's Office through the EFT, electronic funds transfer, to make sure it's a really quick and expedient process when capital calls come, especially for funds. Our maximum investment, according to Federal Treasury, is a $5 million check size, and the maximum round any SSBCI dollars can be invested in, whether that's from a fund that's investing in a business or us doing a direct co-investment, is a $20 million round. We are also required to be less than half of that total investment. And then the application process and the review and the reporting are all clearly outlined in these rules. One thing I want to dig just a little deeper on and add clarity on in this rule set is that Wyoming headquarters. So it is a series of or statements, as it is in the rules today. They can be headquartered in Wyoming, or have principal operations in Wyoming, or have at least 60% of the equity owned by residents in Wyoming, or have 60% of employees employed in Wyoming, or have committed in writing to relocate or fulfill one of the above statements. So with that, I would open it up for any questions on the rules, and then we've got the adoption clause at the top of the slide. One thing to note, I guess, is the original board materials did have an older version of rules. Section 7D was updated, and it is now in the current board packet from 49 to 50%, because we can be up to 50, we just cannot be more than 50%.
Thank you, Bert. Any questions on the rules for Bert? And these are the same rules with just some minor adjustments to what we reviewed over the summer. Mr. Kenyon.
Yeah, could we back up 2 slides about the Wyoming headquarters? Relocate or remain for at least 1 year post-investment.
Oh, yeah.
So is that the beginning of the investment, or is that the total time of the investment?
So Mr. Kenyon, that would be 1 year after the close of that investment round, right? So whatever round the investment came into, it would be 1 year after the close date of that investment round. And 1 year was specifically chosen as companies grow and scale. They won't take venture capital money if the stipulations don't allow them new money in the future. And so that's a restriction that we didn't want to pose on our growing companies, that they could be limited by new capital that didn't like that restriction.
Understood. Thank you.
Any other questions for Bert? Seeing no hands raised, I'd ask for a motion to accept staff recommendation and adopt the SSBCI Venture Capital Program rules.
So moved.
Ms. Johnson has moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Yep.
Ms. Tomasi has second. Any further discussion? Seeing no hands raised, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. The ayes have it. All right, moving on. Mr. Adam, you are up again. The WyoTech memo.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. So on page 88 of your board materials, you'll see a memo regarding the WyoTech loan agreement. The quick summary is that WyoTech is seeking clarity on this agreement and if they can pay a subsequent $6.5 million investment back before paying back the prior $5 million loan through the Challenge Loan Program. The analysis of the team regarding just the agreement is that if the subsequent $6.5 million repayment is structured as a stock buyback and not a distribution, it will not violate the terms of that agreement. The recommendation of the team is that we provide that guidance to WyoTech contingent upon a positive financial analysis. That financial analysis has been started, but it is not complete or verified yet. So that's why the contingency is on there. With that, I'd stand for any questions on the WyoTech memo.
Any questions for Mr. Adam? I think I saw a hand come up. Mr. Coyne.
Bert, on this one, obviously, the original language, did it provide any opportunity for them to make further investments? Or is that kind of a hole in the existing contract language through this process?
Yeah, Mr. Coyne, I don't think there was any provision in the agreement for future funding. And the limitation is shown there on the screen in that the disbursements are limited to tax liability only. And so they got this second essentially equity investment of $6.5 million. And now they're trying to balance things and understand, you know, if they pay this back versus the loan, it does help them with the education board as they're trying to get certified and all these different things. And so they're trying to balance these pieces. And that's
sure. And then the follow-up question is recognizing we want to do a financial analysis, but do we have any definition around what a positive analysis would be? I mean, is it balance sheet? Is it cash flow capacity? Is it all of the above? Is it no worse position than they were to begin with? I guess to me that matters.
Yep. Mr. Coyne, and I think that positive financial analysis is for us to look at, you know, the balance sheet, the financial statements, the audited tax returns, and make sure that the $5 million loan isn't at risk. It does have a balloon payment coming up. And so that's the analysis we want to make, is making sure that, all right, if you pay the $6.5 million back and we give you this information that we don't think it violates the terms, can you still pay back the $5 million loan as requested? So
thank you, Bert.
Yep. Mr. Moore.
Nope, I put my hand back down because Bert answered that perfectly.
Any other questions? Seems as though the bankers on our committee were thinking alike. Don't see any hands raised, so I believe the motion here would be to accept staff recommendation.
So moved.
Mr. Law, is there a second?
All right, second.
Mr. Coyne. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing no hands raised, would all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. The ayes have it. Thank you, Mr. Adam. I think we're done with your two items, and it is time now to move on to the BRC budget and presentation of applications received. I understand that John is going to be flying solo for this presentation. I think for those that may be waiting in the wings to present as an applicant or other interested party, we'll go through what's essentially, we've got 4 items on the list here, 2 are tied together. So we've got 3 presentations, I believe. We'll go through the 3 presentations and then we'll take a vote on each one at the end of all 3 presentations. So I think we're going to kick things off with Cody, then the town of Lyman, and then the town of Glen Rock. So John, you're up. Is he there? I can't hear you, John.
Sorry.
There you
Having
are.
trouble trying to present and find my mute button is a problem. Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Madam Co-Chair, members of the board. I appreciate your time today. I'll be reviewing BRC projects for this quarter. So we have 3 projects for your consideration. 1 updated request from Cody and 2 business committed. They consist of over just $7.2 million. We currently have just over 58 million in the BRC balance. However, there are pending requests from the recent September board meeting that will go before SLIV in February, totaling about $22,250,000. If those projects and today's are all approved, BRC will have a remaining balance of just under $29 million for future projects. The first updated request is from the city of Cody. This is for Cody Legacy Meats processing expansion. The WBC Board of Directors recommended a BRC committed grant to the city of Cody at the September 8th board meeting in the amount of $1 million to construct a 16,000 square foot facility on a 7.6 acre parcel owned by Forward Cody. As part of the original project's funding, Cody anticipated approval of funding from USDA and EDA. The EDA request was approved, but the USDA request of $926,288 was denied. The city of Cody is seeking a BRC loan to fill that void. Just a little overview on this project. It was anticipated about 13.9 million in total project costs, and the project will create 117 jobs. The terms on the loan proposed will be 20 years at 2% interest. The repayment with principal and interest to the WBC at maturity will be $1,132,974. The ROI on the original project was only 82 days. And now with the loan, the new ROI will be just 163 days or under 6 months. The WBC team's recommendation is to fund as requested. We'd be happy to answer any questions with this one. I believe Mr. James Klessens of Forward Cody is also available to speak on behalf of the project as well.
Why don't we have Mr. Klessen speak on behalf if he's ready and in the meeting?
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to get to present this to you again. I apologize for having to do so. As I've told the Legacy Meats folks, perhaps they need a better grant writer. But in this business, you know, you take shots and you see what you can do. And obviously, USDA didn't feel like this was a project that they could support at this time. So we ended up with a hole in our budget of $926,288. And in the course of trying to figure out how to meet the grant conditions that you provided in the last meeting, we came up with the strategy of coming forth for a BRC loan to provide that plugging of the hole, so to speak. I think I will let you know that I did ask that we do it at a 1% rate, and And I would ask that you maybe give some consideration to that. It's not, in the scheme of things, it's a pretty small amount. It's $6,000 a year, roughly in difference in payment. But I think I'd like you to recognize that the client that we have is investing about 9.2 of their own money or investment capital into the project. They're also having to bear the cost of about $51,000 more rent to this project on an annual basis because of the loan versus a grant from USDA. Again, it's just a request to see if we can make it a little easier on these folks. They're putting a lot of time and a lot of money into the things that are going on. But I think what's important is that this is a targeted industry for the state of Wyoming. We spend a lot of time and money talking about beef processing and meat processing and exporting out of the country. I think we're in the catbird seat as far as that goes, as long as we can get a facility built. You've heard what the job creation is, 117 positions over the 5 years that average about $5 an hour more than our county median at $24.46 an hour. So I just think there's a lot of real positive reasons why I would hope that the Business Council would step behind and support it at whatever level you can and will. I guess with that, I would stand for questions and just see what you guys are interested in knowing more about.
Any questions from Mr. Klessens? Mr. Coyne?
Yeah, kind of two questions. What was the rate on the USDA funding? And then did they give specific reasons on the turn down? Yeah.
Mr. Co-Committee Chairman and Mr. Coyne, the USDA was a grant through a thing called the Meat and Poultry Processing Expansion Program. It was a first-time shot through all of the COVID funds that came out. And when they sent back the request or the denial letter, they indicated that the application was incomplete. Didn't define what was incomplete because as I reviewed it, we had sent everything. The problem there being, if you appeal something on a federal level in a national contest, it takes at least a year to go through and reconcile. It's a one-time funding shot. There is no additional grant program. So we might win the battle, but we'd lose the war. We're in a position with this project where we need to build a plant and get to killing cattle and selling product. Our company is not in a position where they can sustain another year waiting for grant funds, which is why we agreed that we would go ahead and seek the loan funding instead. If the timing was a little different, we may be coming and talking to you about the ag processing bonding program. That is definitely in the docket in the future, but it was a grant that 183 pages was evidently a few pages short, but I just don't know what pages those were.
No, and thank you for that. And then maybe one quick follow-up. Are these guys on plan with their through rate as far as what they're producing and all of those kinds of things at this moment, or are we really at a bottleneck now on their capacity because of the facility?
Well, we were at a bottleneck, and that bottleneck alleviated itself. They had to back off their production a little bit because they just don't have the size in the facility. I met with your staff, had a couple of really good meetings with Bert and his team to talk about how we could do some interim stopgap measures on the existing facility. I think we've finally determined that we were spending good money after bad, and that we just needed to focus on building the new plant and do what they can do. So they're in a what I would call a minimize the bleeding mode right now. They're killing enough to pay for the people that they have employed, and they're not at 24 employees anymore. They're down to 19. Simply doing what they can just to sustain themselves until next December, January, depending on when we can get this thing out of the ground and operational. So they've kind of had to take a little pause on their aggressive nature. Maybe that's not a bad idea. They were moving pretty fast, and I think we're on a better path right now. One of the things that we talked about at the Business Council Board Meeting is all of the amazing and exciting things they'll do with the product after they've killed it, and we've had to resign ourselves to the fact that none of that matters if we haven't got a kill facility in place. So let's get excited about first things first. Then we can get focused on these other pieces.
Thank you, James.
I saw a hand was raised by Ms. Tomasi, I believe, but it's down now.
My question was answered. Thank you, Mr. Pine.
Once again, great minds thinking alike. Any other questions? John, just a point of clarification on the request for the 1% rate. I know program rules dictate, I believe, a low interest rate. Are there parameters or anything that we need to consider as we consider that request?
No, there's not. It's none to little interest is how it's outlined. So, yeah, we can be flexible there.
Okay, great. Thank you, John.
Mhm.
Very good. I'm assuming there is no one else to speak on behalf of City of Cody, Legacy Meats, or any public comment. Is there any public comment on this?
Committee Chairman, I felt because of the nature of your call, and I thought we had fairly good clarity with the project, it wasn't necessary to make your meeting longer than it will already be.
We appreciate that consideration. Thank you, Mr. Klesitz. Just wanted to make sure I didn't leave anybody out. So very good. I think we can move on to our next presentation. John.
I am going to recuse myself from this presentation. I will be back when the town of Glen Rock. I'm leaving the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Madam Co-Chair. So the next project is a business committed from the town of Lyman for the elevated living, assisted living facility. This is a project that we have presented before earlier this year. They have come back with a revamped request with the feedback they received through the first process. The town of Lyman is now requesting a $1.5 million grant and a $1.5 million loan for the construction of a 16,000 square foot assisted living facility. The original request was for 3 million grant, 3 million loan. With the reduced request, the remaining 3 million will be committed by the company's owners. This puts the BRC funding leveraged at 44%. The proposed facility will be located on a 2.6 acre site in the downtown area across from Town Hall. This site will require water, sewer, electricity, natural gas, telecommunications, and storm sewer utilities. When completed, the facility will include 22 apartments, a complete kitchen and dining area. The ROI on this project is 3.7 years. The previous request was just under 8 years. Since the last application, the company and community have worked with a consultant to better refine potential income and operational costs, and thus they're able to update the wages of their proposed employees. They also researched other funding options, such as EDA and USDA. They did not qualify for USDA as the Lyman area's median wage is too high, and they did not qualify for EDA as the project only supports one business, and it's a requirement to benefit multiple businesses. As we looked at, evaluated this project, looked through some of the 4 pieces to a business committed. We looked at job quality. There is creation of 12 full-time employees. Their median wage is now $12.38 an hour. It was about $14 an hour previously, but now with the $20.38, they are above the UNT County's median wage of $19.66. The number of jobs created fits well with the community size of this size. And for the next piece, company strength, review and analysis of the company's business plan did not raise any concerns. The workforce availability is good. Lyman High School offers a CNA program. The company also has spoken with Western Wyoming Community College regarding workforce availability and training. There are approximately 20 students in each class in each community for CNAs. So there's a significant number of graduating CNAs in the workforce in the area. And also success will be measured by occupancy rate. Their goal is to have an occupancy rate of 90% of the units by the end of year 3 of this project. For community engagement, this project fits well with the community plan. Market studies completed determine a need and a demand. The proposed project has a potential to fill a void in both Lyman and the greater area of Bridger Valley. Currently, there are only 32 licensed assisted living beds in Uena County, and they are all located in Evanston. There was a study completed in 2007 indicating the need for 20 to 25 bed facility in Bridger Valley. In 2021, the company owners funded another study, determined if the need was still there, and the results were very similar. Furthermore, based on the interest, already expressed, the facility has the potential to be 50% occupied upon the completion of construction. And finally, good partnerships have been developed. The company is working with other assisted living facilities in the region, and partnerships are being established with the high school and community college for workforce development. For state considerations, as we spoke to earlier, the ROI is 3.7 years to recapture BRC funds, or a total impact to Uena County of $811,141 per year. The BRC program will recapture 84% of total funds invested. That includes the loan prepayment of $1.5 million, interest payments of just short of $650,000, grant recapture of $375,000 for a total of $2.5 million. And there is also a potential to retain approximately $1 million per year in the region and the state that is lost to people seeking services in the Salt Lake City area. Currently, many older citizens must leave the state to obtain these types of services in the Wasatch Front in Utah. This also has the effect of family traveling out of state to visit their relatives. Based on initial figures by the company, it is estimated that the project will help the state of Wyoming and Bridger Valley retain approximately $1 million annually. This project also has a good alignment with the state's economic development strategy, and that it will encourage the Lyman community to develop its own unique economy, as well as investing in amenities that draw and retain a knowledgeable workforce. So for our project considerations, the compelling pieces to this project, it enhances the community's downtown, as this is where the facility will be located. The local revenue recapture for the local economic development of $1.125 million. The community has established a list of projects to fund with revenue recapture that could generate future revenue. These include sewer infrastructure to commercially viable land, sewer infrastructure to business-ready properties, including a fire station, business incubation, and also alternative project that would develop business locations at 103 and 109 Clark Street, East Clark Street. Also compelling with this project, it will enhance the healthcare industry in Lyman and Bridger Valley. The wages are above the county median, and they did explore other funding options before reapplying for BRC, the USDA and EDA. As far as concerning goes, we do like to see primary jobs, and the definition of primary jobs is, those businesses that provide a service or product that are exported and therefore bring dollars from outside the state back in. These aren't those type of jobs, but they are sustainable jobs for people in the community. The WBC team's recommendation is to fund as requested. And we did want to make note that, we feel this is a trigger point for building community capacity with those revenue generating projects they can do with the revenue recapture. If there are any questions, we'd be happy to answer those, Mr. Committee Chair, Madam Co-Chair. There are members of the town and business available to speak on behalf of the project.
Thank you, John. I appreciate the thorough discussion. I think I'm having flashbacks to our last meeting as we're rediscussing these projects once again. But we appreciate the town of Lyman coming back. I see a few new names. I don't know who wants to go first, but do we have a representative from town of Lyman or the business?
Yes. Can you guys hear me here?
We can hear you. You're showing up as Lisa Bradshaw. You don't sound like Lisa, but that's showing up on our screen.
I see that. It looks like our video isn't playing. This is Travis Shelton, and I'm representing Elevated Living. I have Thane Peterson, the town attorney, and we have Shane Hooten, the newly elected town mayor, and then Lisa Bradshaw is the town clerk. So we're all sitting here together. We really appreciate you considering our proposal again. We just wanted to kind of update you that we have heard your suggestions. We took them seriously, and we wanted to make sure that you knew that we tried to address all of the concerns that you had for us last time. I still hear people in the community asking me, are you still trying to get the assisted living here? And I tell them yes, and they say, please don't give up. What can we do to help? But there's still a great buzz here, and we're still super excited about it. One of the, I'm just going to kind of go through some of the concerns that we've addressed. First was that the loan and grant was going to fund too large a percentage of this project. So originally it was, the town was just going to contribute the minimum 20% of the grant. And then Elevated Living was going to provide the startup costs. And then the loan and grants would cover the rest. Since then, one of the things you'll notice is an increase in our personal financial statements with Elevated Living. And in just a few months, I think that goes to show two things. I think it shows that we are people who can finish big projects. Damon Daru was able to sell his company, and now we have enough assets to help in a much larger way. And secondly, to be able to put these assets to this project shows how serious and committed we are to the community and like this project, and our belief that it can work and have success here. So we're now asking for half the funding, and now the town and Elevated Living will be providing the other half, which is just a much bigger commitment. The second was the average wages have been raised above the county average. Since we met with you last, we have also received more training and education in our area of assisted living. We actually have been meeting regularly with the consulting group Encore, which runs the facility in Rock Springs, which is nearby us, and they run a successful facility that's been above 90% for the last 18 years of occupancy. And they help assisted living facilities, even who are in financial trouble, to be financially solvent. And they have been helping us with our pricing and also with our wages. And so these wage increases are not just to appease your requirement, they're actual real market wages. I think they're more accurately reflect what the market is. And so by doing that, it actually raises above the county average as well. But they're actually the real market. Before we were guessing based on averages in the county, and that's where we came up with our numbers. The third thing was exploring other funding. Like was mentioned earlier, we met with the USDA, the EDA. We've met with several local banks. We've met with specialized funding entities, and basically, in order to make this work where it benefits both the town and mutually and the community, and in a timely way, basically this is the best fit for us. And with interest rates rising, and private banks are just really not an option for this project. This is really the only way that we can make this work. But we're showing a larger commitment, and we hope that the Business Council can help us make up the rest. I think together we can have enough resources to make this work. Last was the concern about not providing primary jobs. So our business model is a large group, a big part of the people we employ are CNAs, but they will have benefits, and the wage did increase, but probably I think more of an impact than that is by keeping people who are sick and at the end stage of their life and spending a lot of money on medical care here in our valley, primary jobs will be created and benefited indirectly as well. So Medicare did a study and estimated that people in their last 3 years of life will spend $58,000 a year on healthcare. And right now, those people are leaving our town and often our state and spending those dollars elsewhere. By keeping those residents here, that's millions of dollars that can be spent on healthcare here. So we started this project in the middle of COVID, and everything's crazy. We've had financial ups and downs, but one thing is always certain: people will always be sick, people will always get old, they will always need care, and it is a steady way to invest in your community. And anyway, I was going to turn the time over to the town to discuss some of their recapture plans as well.
So this is Thane Peterson. I'm the attorney for the town of Lyman. I will note that I believe I saw that John Conrad, our representative-elect, is also on this call as well, if anyone has any questions or comments. And again, I'm sitting next to our mayor-elect, Shane Hooten, who can also discuss anything or answer questions if you like. On behalf of the town, I'd like to reiterate and emphasize a couple of different points. The first one is the idyllic situation. Because we are dealing with a senior population, we are within a block. The location where this facility would be built is within a block of 5 medical facilities, including an eye doctor, a hearing facility, public health, a family practice, and chiropractic services. It is also within short distance to the 2 largest religious denominations in the area, plus libraries, hair salons, the post office, and a whole bunch of other services that can be utilized by these seniors without having to travel. As far as recapture goes, the town of Lyman, and one of the big things that we wanted to emphasize is the town of Lyman wants to be a partnership in this because it's good for the members of our community, but also the recapture funds will be put to good use because we have, and I don't know how many of you are familiar with Bridger Valley. The town of Lyman owns one corner of the 214 Business Loop I-80 crossroads, where I believe the last statistics we had was 86% of all traffic in Bridger Valley goes through there every day, plus in the summertime, a massive amount of Utah traffic heading to Flaming Gorge. We could, with these investment funds, provide water and sewer to those locations. Both locations have previously indicated. The two other of those 3 corners have indicated that they would like to be incorporated into the town. One is a vacant area that has tremendous commercial possibilities that have asked to come into the town, and we just didn't have the funds to provide the water and sewer to go there. The other one, there are a number of businesses there that are moving out of the area because of a dilapidated building and a new fire hall. All of those with recapturing this money, we could then bring into the town and revitalize that property. Additionally, we do have next to I-80 2 different locations, one of them actually owned by Love's. Love's has not been interested in developing that, even though they've owned it for about 10 years, without the infrastructure that the town would need to put in to go out there, that they would build an additional facility. We also have the possibility of a business park that's already been in discussion, but again, the lack of connections for utilities to do that and then promoting those businesses. The town of Lyman would like, but the primary reason the town of Lyman wants to do this is because it's good for our citizens. I know personally, I deal with a lot of the elderly in my job. I have elderly relatives in the area. They are afraid of being having to move out of state, out of the community, away from their families, across roads that you can't cross for much of the winter, and to be alone. This is as much about the heart as it is about the dollars from the town of Lyman's perspective. And I guess with that, we'd be open to questions.
Thank you, Thane. Any questions for the group from Lyman? We have Travis, Shane, Thane, and Lisa.
And again, I believe Mr. Conrad's also on the call.
And Mr. Conrad, thank you. Ms. Moore, Madam Co-Chair.
Thank you. So I don't have as many questions as I do just a comment, and I think it's really important to note that we certainly appreciate you taking serious consideration of our comments and feedback at the last board meeting, taking those back, and instead of being defeated, stepping up and figuring out, all right, what can we put in to make this work? And so that's a huge testament to you all and your community and working through this. The wages aspect, there's a lot of respect and thanks from the board in terms of going back and really evaluating that. Those are key components to us. And while we certainly understand the heartstrings that this project has, from our standpoint as a board and the investments aspect of it, we're looking for what is that economic return that we can ensure that our dollars are getting when we bring in this. And so that consideration and that work going back is certainly appreciated and very much acknowledged from a board perspective, especially the wage aspect, as that is extremely important to all of us, you know, making sure that we're really doing projects that are driving those economic triggers out there. So I just wanted to say thank you and definitely appreciated.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Mr. Coyne, and then Mr. Conrad has his hand raised.
Yeah, I want to second that. The amount of equity that's being kicked in this time and the commitment that's being made is substantial, and I think is a game changer for me personally in regards to the support of the project. With that being said, and so much commitment being made by you guys, this question really goes back to staff. Do we have a way to make sure that the commitments that are being made by the individuals are protected, much similar to the question that I was asking in regards to our project in Laramie with the auto tech business, YTech, from a distribution and a successor project, and making sure that that's fair to both the WBC and the individuals involved?
John, yeah, we are, Mr. Committee Chair, Madam Co-Chair, Mr. Coyne there. We can definitely put those type of things in the contract. That would be no problem, that we can outline some of those types of things going forward with the project if it is approved.
Great, thank you. I just think with that kind of commitment, you know, the tax liability certainly needs to be addressed to those individuals coming back with the success of the project, and then, you know, being able to make sure that their investment is recognized along with, you know, proper repayment to the loan through that process. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coyne. Mr. Conrad, your hand was up and now it's down. I don't know if you have, you're off mute, so go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Klein, members of the board. I'm greatly appreciative of the opportunity to be here and present on behalf, as I mentioned in my questions and answers, as a community member, but also as part of the UN Economic Development Commission, while also a board member of the Wyoming Economic Development Association. As you're well aware, the southwest corner is really in a prosperous position now with the amount of industry coming in, not to mention north of us in Kemmer. This, as you can see, clearly articulated by Mr. Peterson and Mr. Shelton, have done an incredible amount of work for this. And I'm greatly appreciative to them. And I see nothing but positives here. And I greatly appreciate your consideration in this, denoting, obviously, the work and effort that from their last meeting they have undertaken and pursued since then. It's an incredible opportunity, a service that we're desperately needing. You had heard earlier from Mr. Shelton, around $58,000 in those last 3 years of an elderly person's life. That development, but most importantly, for families to maintain a cohesive relationship with their elderly parents and or siblings, whatever the case may be, is truly lacking. And one of the things I've recently experienced as a son, having to put his parents into a home, the inability to access or visit with them frequently is a challenge. And I think this continuation of life, and most importantly, the comfort in these elderly ages, on top of the economic development, is just a wonderful opportunity for all of us. And I would sure appreciate your favorable consideration in this effort.
Thank you, Mr. Conrad. I don't see any other hands raised, so I'll take a quick opportunity. Travis, I had a question for you just regarding the costs. From what I recall, the total cost of the project is similar to what we saw a few months ago when this was first presented. There is a contingency of, just over $500,000, but I know that we've also seen other projects go over their expected costs in the last year and a half. How confident are you in the overall cost of the project? I calculated it as about $424 a square foot.
I think that's an excellent question. So per the Business Council's recommendation, we have overestimated the building size and building cost and added the contingency. I am really confident that we should be able to build a building within the parameters that we set forth.
Great. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Well, thank you, group from Lyman. We appreciate your input and standing around for questions. We're going to move on to our next presentation. So, John, you are up again.
Thank you,
Okay,
Mr.
and
Oh, go ahead.
myself on this one. Is this Glen Rock?
It is Glen Rock,
Okay.
yes. But I think we will gain Ms. Tomasi back, if I'm not mistaken. So,
Correct. And
I am back.
very good. Welcome back.
And Chairman Klein, can you give, I don't know that you see Amy's hand up. She just needs to make a statement quickly before we go into the next one, if you don't mind.
Absolutely. Amy.
Mr. Committee Chair, thank you so much. Members of the board and for members of the public watching, I just want to be clear and clarify a little bit how we're handling these recusals. And we do have our Attorney General Counsel on the line as well, and he has confirmed this is the appropriate process. But our recusals will actually not be leaving the call entirely. They will just be placing themselves on mute. This is the appropriate mechanism because then that actually puts them into being the same position as any other member of the public. But the two board members who are recusing themselves for each one of these individual projects will not be participating in the discussion about each of these individual projects nor voting. And I just want to make sure that that's clear to everybody. So while they're not leaving the call, they will be on mute during these discussions and will not be asking questions about these discussions nor voting. Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair.
Thank you, Amy. Appreciate that. Okay, now we are on to John once again.
Thank you, Mr.
Lieutenant
Committee.
Glenrock.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Madam Co-Chair, members of the board. This final project comes from the town of Glen Rock. It's for the McGinley manufacturing expansion. The town of Glen Rock requests $3,313,157 grant dollars to construct a 8,400 square foot facility for the expansion of McGinley manufacturing. This facility would be located on a parcel of land currently owned by the company. If the project is approved, the company will transfer ownership of the land to town of Glen Rock. In 2015, the town of Glen Rock received a $1.35 million business committed grant to purchase McGinley Orthopedic Innovations' original facility. The proposed facility will sit adjacent to the company's current facility and be very similar in size and scope. The WBC has also funded McGinley in other ways, such as their AS 9100D certifications and also the Traded Show Incentive Program. The purpose of this grant request is to expand McGinley manufacturing to include aerospace and defense market. McGinley Manufacturing recently partnered with the Wyoming Business Council to accomplish their AS 9100D certifications in preparation for the expansion of the U.S. Air Force's ground-based strategic deterrent missile upgrade in Cheyenne, Wyoming. The company will also be able to increase their current custom manufacturing, including medical devices and implants, as well as oil, gas, and mining equipment. The proposed facility will also have the capability to manufacture for other niche companies in the fabrication of parts. As far as evaluation goes, we looked at all 4 categories for this business committed project. The job quality, there's a retention of 10 employees and the creation of 15 new employees. Upon construction completion, the company will immediately hire 5 employees and increase to 15 over the next 5 years as manufacturing demand and sales increase. The median wages are below county median and industry standards. The wages do not meet county median until year 5. The median wage in year 1 will be $22.89 an hour, and in year 5 will be $25.85 an hour. Converse County's median wage is $24.52 per hour. They are also below the industry standards, as machinists earn $28.64 an hour in Wyoming, and the manufacturing industry earns $25.10 an hour in Wyoming. The number of jobs created does fit well with the community of Glen Rock size. For company strength, review and analysis of the company's business plan did not raise any concerns. McGinley Manufacturing is a custom machine and fabrication shop with a fully integrated engineering team. Their capabilities include high precision turning, milling, welding, machining, replacement part fabrication, CNC plasma cutting, and powder coating. The company is currently pursuing equity financing. The company is pursuing this additional funding, specifically a multi-million-dollar equity financing currently underway that will be used to build a nationwide marketing campaign, creation of sales force that does not currently exist, increased research and development, possible acquisitions of new medical device technologies, and increased staffing in finance, accounting, and human resources. The company is also currently pursuing potential contracts for the aerospace and defense side, estimated at $8 million to start once the expansion is complete. For community and engagement, McGinley Manufacturing would contribute 2.3% of the jobs in Glen Rock with this expansion. Glen Rock is a small community with a population of 2,231 and a workforce of 1,072. This means that McGinley Manufacturing would contribute 2.3% of the jobs in Glen Rock with this expansion. The town is planning to update their strategic plan in 2023. They do not have a current plan, but they are anticipating updating their strategic plan sometime next year. This also has potential to diversify the local economy. Currently, approximately 20% of Glen Rock workforce works in mining, oil, and gas extraction industries. The McGinley expansion would add diversity and growth to the Glen Rock economy. For the state considerations, the ROI on this project is at 5.9 years, or a total impact for Converse County of $561,745 a year. The local revenue recapture includes business park improvements and workforce housing development. The project aligns well with the state of Wyoming's economic development strategy by activating new sectors in advanced manufacturing. Compelling with this project, there is a good number of jobs for town of Glen Rock. It is a business retention and expansion project. The community can further diversify their economy by increasing the manufacturing side. Some of the concerning pieces to this project, wages originally proposed are below county median and industry standards. After further recent discussions with the community and the company has stated that they are willing to commit to higher wages to meet that county median. Second, the BRC program does not fund equipment. Per rule, ineligible project costs means project costs that are not eligible for BRC funding and includes appliances, equipment, furnishings, and other features of the facility which are not physically attached, and any other items identified by council staff. There are other challenges to funding equipment through the BRC program. There is some risk to the community. They officially own the equipment for the first years of the project. It is a depreciating asset, and investment team staff does not believe state funds should be invested in a depreciating asset. There are some other options. The team also believes there are programs that are better fit to fund the equipment. There are private financing opportunities, as well as the Wyoming Business Council's 50/50 loan program, which could fund up to 50% of those equipment costs, up to a total of or a maximum of 2.5 million. And third, concerning past performance or jobs created, 2015 application, it was stated they would create 12 jobs. They are currently at 10. So one option for consideration is funding the building only at 1.35 million. And we come to that as the total building costs on this project are 1.7 million. If we minus the required match, it would be 1.5 million request. And based on that past performance we just discussed, of the 10 out of the 12 employees being hired from the 2015 application, staff assumes the same with this project, at 13 of the 15 would be created. So based on 13 jobs created, an option for the board's consideration is to fund the building at 1.35 million. This option could also alleviate other concerns presented earlier. Our fourth concerning point, BRC funding leverage currently would be at with this request would be 87%. If it was just the building, it would be 41%. It would also change the ROI on this project from 5.9 years to 2.7 years. And finally, the last concerning piece in this is the level of certainty is low. The building only option helps increase that level of certainty in the success of the project. Some considerations going forward and for your consideration today. The company is committed to increasing wages to meet county median. There are other opportunities to fund the equipment and the option to fund the building at only 1.35 million. The WBC team's recommendation is do not fund on this project. Mr. Committee Chair, Madam Co-Chair, if there are any questions, we'd be happy to answer those. There are members of the town and business available to speak on behalf of the project as well. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I think most of your hard work is done. We appreciate the 3 presentations today. And I would invite members from Town of Glen Rock or McGinley Manufacturing that are present to speak. I don't know who wants to go first, but I see a few new names in front of me. If you just want to raise your hand, I can call on you. I have Mr. Short raised his hand first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Co-Chair, and members of the board. I'm Robert Short, County Commissioner here in Converse County. I've been involved in businesses in Glen Rock, and in fact, that's where I grew up. I can say without a doubt that the addition of McGinley Manufacturing in Glen Rock, starting in 2015, has been a very positive aspect for both the community and our state as a whole. As we see the need for an increase in diversification of economic engines in our state, I can't help but think that an organization such as McGinley fits exactly inside of that box. I can say that the McGinley organization, the founders, the owners, have been incredibly involved in the community as well as the businesses. They have been single-handedly responsible for helping increase community contribution and awareness of the importance of, for example, the Boys and Girls Club, which was fortunate enough to be the benefactors of a $100,000 contribution from the late Mr. Forrest from Jackson Hole, excuse me, I get a little choked up, simply because Forrest Freeze was such, or Foster Freeze, excuse me, was such an impactful human in our state and across our country indeed. And through his generosity and through the direction of Dr. McGinley, that money was funneled into the Boys and Girls Club to help these kids who are our future. As a county commissioner, I'm here representing the Board of County Commissioners of Commerce County and asking for your support in funding this incredibly important organization as they seek to help us diversify the economy in our great state. And I will stand and shut my pie hole.
Thank you, Mr. Short. We appreciate the comments and your support. I next have Forrest Chadwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Madam Co-Chair and members of the board. As Mr. Short mentioned, this is an important endeavor for the community of Glen Rock. It just happens to lie within the new House District 62, which I am representative-elect for. I've known Joe for many years, and I know his personal integrity, and if he says he's going to do it, he's going to do it. This is mostly about jobs for us. I think everybody knows about the impending closure of the number 3 unit at the Dave Johnson Power Plant that's coming in 2027. So it's going to hit Glen Rock pretty hard. This expansion of McGinley manufacturing is much needed for the town of Glen Rock. There are people who do travel from Casper down to Glen Rock for the work. They are skilled jobs, they are good jobs, and I certainly do urge your support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chadwick. Next, we have Bruce Rummel.
Can all of you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Madam Co-Chairman, for letting us speak here today. This is a great opportunity for another expansion here with McGinley Manufacturing for the town of Glen Rock and the number of employees they would have here and the money spent in our county. We have very little manufacturing in Converse County, and McGinley is one of, I think, 3 manufacturers here. And if we're going to diversify our state and work, sense of what's going on with oil and gas and mining and coal, it's a great opportunity for us to move forward with something new here and something that's a little more stable. We appreciate your time. We know that we understand your reasoning for not wanting to finance part of the project because of the equipment there. I guess if we end up having to go back to the drawing board, we've learned a lot just listening here today about some of the other financing and stuff there that I haven't heard before, or neither part of that or my community development coordinator. She's, we're hearing some things here today that if if this doesn't go forward with it, that we've learned a lot to maybe make this better and get a little more involvement in it with, to help with this project. So I appreciate all your time and what's going on here. We've learned a lot, like Commissioner Short said, with the building of our town square and the building of building of our Boys and Girls Club, with the commitment from the town of Glen Rock and from the commissioners to get that project done. So we know what those costs run and what we think we can get their building built for. So I appreciate the time to speak to you and would hope we get a favorable outcome, but we understand with what's being said here, but it sure helped us a lot for new information today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rummel. Next, I think we have Sen Boner is what it has in front of me here. Is it Senator?
Yeah, thanks. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to make it here today, but the ice was just thick enough that I was able to get it done and get back here, back from the ranch. So I just don't have much to add from the previous speakers. Obviously, this is important for Commerce County. It's important for Glen Rock. We're accustomed to kind of taking the brunt of our boom and bust economy. We're proud to do it, but we're always looking for other ways to diversify off of that typical cycle and add on to an important part of our economy, kind of leveraging the existing industry to kind of move forward into new ones and ones that are not subject to commodity prices. So I just like to really ask for your consideration on this particular project that has a good track record. I think that should be a reason to vote for the project, not a strike against it. The fact that they've proven that they can work in this business trading community grant area and do so successfully. And I just encourage the board here to give a positive recommendation to the SLIB as this project moves forward.
Thank you, Senator. And we have Dr. McGinley with us. You're up.
Yeah, great. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Chairman, Co-Chairman, members of the board. Sorry for coming in and out here. As you can see, I'm in the operating room today as well, so doing double duty. But I appreciate everyone taking the time to consider this and working on this project, as well as all the speakers that have joined us. I think the theme of the speakers coming on today and dedicating their time for this is the commitment to Converse County and the town of Glen Rock. For us as a company and partnering with the town of Glen Rock, we've been successful in the past. The format that we're presenting today for this grant through Glen Rock is pretty much similar / identical to what we accomplished in 2015. And at that time, similar concerns were raised, and the Business Council trusted us to go forth and create these jobs in Glen Rock and diversify the economy, and that's exactly what we did. We took a facility that Ben and Jolene Warren had put together as a small manufacturing facility. We created a FDA-approved, ISO-certified location that I really don't know of many others, if at all, in the state of Wyoming. We took that a step further. This past year or so, we received aerospace certification. Again, there's probably not many facilities in Glen Rock, or not Glen Rock, in Wyoming with aerospace manufacturing certification, and we have that at that location. So not only did we create stable jobs in that community, we advanced that facility and created a world-class manufacturing location. We do contract manufacturing from locations all around the country. And during COVID, we were the go-to place for even medical manufacturers. Because of the technology that we're using at that location, everyone was social distance. We were able to meet all the CDC requirements. We did not lay anyone off, and we were able to actually bring in additional revenue into the town. So, the purpose of this grant is to capitalize on all of this momentum that we've built with the certifications and bring additional revenue into the town. We're planning essentially to double the size of that facility and focus on the high-tech defense and aerospace manufacturing sector and bring this work to Glen Rock. I mean, 5-6 years ago, we never thought we'd be having this conversation. I'm saying, hey, we're going to try to do work for the Department of Defense and NASA, right downtown, but that's where we're at. And, we have the skilled workforce to do that, and we have the partnership and commitment of the town of Glen Rock to make that happen. So, past performance, we've proven out and met all the requirements of the previous grant, including, all the matches. We maintained all of the, we'll call them permanent fixtures, not equipment. We maintained all of those on the last go around. So Glen Rock did not cover any of those costs. We did as a company. We exceeded salary expectations with the individuals we've maintained. And we fulfilled the commitment of the grant by buying the building back, the land back, and all of the fixtures that were part of that grant. So we did go from start to finish, and that's challenging for us as a company to do that, but we were committed to it and made that happen. Moving forward, again, this will be a premier location for manufacturing, not only for central Wyoming, but all of Wyoming and hopefully within the country. We're going to continue to advance medical manufacturing, high-tech aerospace, and create jobs that really are unique and highly skilled in that location. you can't find a machinist really that can come in and start programming these pieces of equipment right away. So every individual that we hire and bring in, we actually have to train on site. We have to even send them off site to get training on this equipment. That's a lot of commitment on our part to do, because they could just leave and go somewhere else after we do that. But we've seen the success, we've seen the individuals stay and make Glen Rock their home. So not only, I know a couple of the questions came up regarding salary. As I sent out in an email to everyone, I sent a fairly detailed summary to all the board members last night. If you didn't see it, check your junk folder because it might have ended up there. But regarding salary, it was unclear to us what those numbers were, or at least to me, until about a day or so ago. And once we saw them, we're fine meeting that. So the salary question for us anyway is not an issue. We're willing to meet any of those requirements to make that happen. Regarding the equipment, again, these are permanent fixtures. These are not forklifts or rollaway tool sets or anything like that. These are pieces of equipment that are physically bolted and built into the building. You'd actually have to take the wall off the building to get it out of there. So it's not necessarily your standard piece of equipment that's movable. And we had this discussion previously when we went through the grant the first time. And what the conclusion was is if you can't physically move it or remove it, then it wasn't considered equipment, it was considered a permanent fixture. And that's what we're looking at. These are like several ton items that are necessary to make this a reality. So on the equipment side, that's essentially what we were looking at on there. And then as far as backing of the company, it's not just the manufacturing facility, it's a subsidiary of McGinley Orthopedics in Casper. We are growing as a company as far as medical device sales and manufacturing. We're doing a $40 million investment round right now. So investments coming in from all over the country into our company, and products that are being made right here in Glen Rock, Wyoming are being implanted. So we make the plates in Glen Rock. They're being implanted in patients all over the country. We just got back from a military orthopedic meeting I did just last night. We had several international military groups looking at our products as well. So, I mean, that for me, that's really cool to have that made not only in Wyoming, but in Glen Rock, and then placed in patients all around the world. And see those success, see the papers, see the university supporting it. That's where we are as far as co-support of the company. So I'd really ask for your support of this grant through the town of Glen Rock, and would appreciate, if there's any questions for me, I'd be glad to answer those. But however, we need to work with the business council and the members of the board to make this happen. We're willing to do that, especially on the salary requirements. That's not a concern for us. We can easily meet those requirements. Yeah. Thanks. If there's any questions, I can take those. I'm not sure how to do that, or if that's appropriate at this time.
Thank you, Dr. McGinley. I appreciate you being here and taking time from what looks like a busy day. I hope nobody's still on the operating table. Do we have any questions from the board? I do have a question or two, but I want to defer to my fellow board members. Ms. Tomasi.
So this question is probably for Dr. McGinley or Mr. Rommel. The grant request, $0.4 million. Why did you ask for all grant and not part loan? Did you feel it wasn't appropriate at the time? And then I have a second part of the question. Did you look into private financing at all, since you're already established? And I just am curious about that. Thank you.
Yeah, great question. I appreciate the question. For us, we looked at all the options as far as financing, private financing. We've obviously have done that and worked with several banks in Casper for growth and expansion of our facility there, as well as the medical device side. We had success with this grant the last time around. It worked well. It worked well for us and Glen Rock as far as the financing. We put up our share of it, as well as maintained all the equipment and further invested in the community. Pretty much all the revenue that comes from that facility, we reinvest in the facility, the employees, and the town. So that's how we saw it on this one. We did consider that, but for the purposes of this particular project and expansion, the grant program worked well the first time for all involved, and we didn't see a reason to change from that pattern. So that's why we're trying this avenue first. Strategically, this worked best for us and for the township.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. We've got a hand raised from McGinty.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. This is Dick McGinnity. It's a pleasure to be here among you. And thanks for making time for us to talk. As those of you who noticed my email of early this morning to each of the members of the board, I had come around to the other side of the table from where I was back in the relatively early days of the Business Council. And I just want to say that I'm intensely proud of what this company has accomplished, and I guess I might add that I'm also an investor in it. What I'd like to say is that as a add-on or a follow-up to what Dr. McGinley just said, and as was noted, I believe by you, Mr. Co-Chair, or possibly by Mr. Wendling, but the company is in the process of raising significant equity capital that is coming to the company from both within Wyoming and outside. That capital is going to be available to do whatever additional is necessary to the requested facility in terms of making it operational, staffing it with qualified people, and operating it with sufficient financial liquidity. So that is the reason why there is not a request for a loan, because basically the company is taking on the responsibility of underwriting whatever incremental costs there may be in this project, whether it has to do with capital or operating costs. I just want to add that as an add-on to what Dr. McGinley was saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGinnity. Appreciate the comments. Any other questions from the board? Dr. McGinley, I do have one question. There was a suggestion by staff that we could fund the $1.3 million cost of the building, but not the equipment. It sounds like we're viewing equipment maybe a little bit differently. But if that were to be the case, do you have opportunities to lease or otherwise secure funding for the equipment needed for this project?
Yeah, great question. And yeah, this has come up in prior conversations. So, you know, at this point in time, the building's not the critical part of this project. It's the permanent fixtures. You know, without that, we would then be investing in the equipment, the employees, the risk, the maintenance, the whole portion of the project. Plus, I think that diminishes the return to the town in that particular scenario. So, you know, we did go through this on the previous discussion, and I believe the mayor can even comment. They have several buildings available, so if it's just the building, that's actually not the main part of this request. It's the permanent fixtures. And yes, regarding the definition, again, the rules haven't changed since 2015. It's just the interpretation of the rules. And you know what we had discussed was if it's physically attached, like a door, window, something like that, then it's considered part of the building. You know, we're willing to even, just like we did in this last go around, insure any of the risks on that equipment. So maintenance of it, any upgrades, any new components, just like we did before. I don't even think that was part of the agreement. I think we just did it. And the mayor can probably comment on that as well. But you know, we maintained all of that just because it was the right thing to do and it was the right fit with the town. And if that needs to be in writing, we're willing to do that as well to help mitigate some of the risk and concern on that. I think a question already came up, you know, what if we, again, we're not planning this, but what if we exited the state or something like that? Would the township get stuck with all this stuff? And we're willing to commit that that's not the case, that we will, you know, in writing commit to purchasing this back just like we did the first time around. And whether we call it permanent fixtures or equipment, we're willing to commit to essentially saying that the town will not get stuck with that. And if that has to be in the contract, that's fine with us as well. So we're committed to this project and the outcome of it. And whatever it takes to get to that point would be great.
Thank you, Doctor. Appreciate the answer. We got a hand raised by Mr. Rummel and then Mr. Adam. You're up.
Yes, I would just like to state what Dr. McGinley said in the first round of business council grant. When they started down here, that company did very much step up and took care of the fixtures that were in part of that project. And we're very excited with the fact that he's made that commitment to be here and to stay here and into the future. And like he said, going that way. But if there's something that would come up that we can further look into other type of financing, if we had to, we're very willing to do that. I just wanted to state that what Dr. McGinley and Mr. McGinty has said about what's going on, we very much back, and we're very excited about the expansion of this business and going forward, and hope you guys are feeling the same. But thank you for the time.
Thank you. Bert, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Just a couple things to clarify. Thinking about rules have changed since this original one. They were changed specifically because of the permanent fixtures or equipment, whatever you want to call them, from the original grant. So those have been updated to include not funding equipment going forward. One other thing for the board's consideration as we look at this project, and I think John highlighted it really well, Mr. Wendling, if we were to do just the building and not do the equipment, that's one way to get close to that $1.5 million. And as we look at ROI and typical funding, that is about where this pencils from an ROI perspective, is about $1.5 million. When we think about that many jobs with those wages and that economic impact that Mr. Wendling mentioned of about $560,000 a year. So things to consider as you're looking at this project. Thank you.
Thought I hit the mute button. Thank you, Mr. Adam. Appreciate that. Dr. McGinley.
Yeah, sorry, I just appreciate a copy of those changes because the ones that I have from previously look identical under that section. I could be wrong. Again, I'm not following all the rules of the Business Council and the changes and the nuances, but yeah, you know, if those have changed, I'd appreciate it. But last time I checked, it looked like it was similar, but again, I could be wrong on that one for sure.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. Any other questions? Comments? Ms. Tomasi.
So I'm just wondering about the equity financing, the raising of those funds. What is the timeline on that, and when are you starting that? And that's for national marketing, am I correct?
Great question. So the equity financing is under McGinley Orthopedics, which is the parent company of McGinley Manufacturing. That's actually ongoing. We were the first in Wyoming to launch what's called a Regulation A+ round, which is a mini IPO essentially. So we can publicly solicit funds and investment while still remaining a privately held company. It is registered under the SEC and everything else. So we launched that in mid to late September is when we launched that round. And that's ongoing right now as we speak. What Dr. McGinnity was speaking to was the fact that it has strong backing. This is not just a standalone manufacturing facility that is based on pressures of the market, because medical manufacturing, along with mining and third-party contract manufacturing, are all components of the revenue stream at that facility. So with the backing of our company, with McGinley Orthopedics, there's a strong financial backing and stability created inherently within that business. So if we needed to upgrade a piece of permanent fixture that we bring in, it's easily done. And again, we didn't, you know, with the mayor can comment on, we didn't even really bring it up, we just did it. And the same thing with staffing. If we need more staffing or need to send staffing out to be trained on this equipment, it's not that we're on a budget crunch, so we have to say, oh, this is going to be tight, we have to wait till next year. We can actually do that now. And that's what we've done over the years. We've reinvested back in that facility, into the employees, into their training, into their expertise. And that's why, again, getting aerospace manufacturing certification is exceptionally hard. It took us a while to get that. That's actually above medical device manufacturing. That facility is credentialed in both of those right now. And that was an investment by our company to dedicate the time and efforts to do that. That wasn't any requisite of any of these grants or any of these agreements. We just said this is what's the right thing to do and the best thing to do, and the best way to make this a world-class facility, right in central Wyoming and Glen Rock.
Mr. McGinnity.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. To add on two items to Director Tomasi's question. One with respect to the timing of the financing. It is ongoing now, as Dr. McGinley has said, and it will continue really as long as, well, it can, under the SEC rules, it can continue for as long as a year. And there are some variability around that. If we're successful, it could end more quickly. But in any case, it is an ongoing effort that that's taking place now and will continue over the coming months. Excuse me. The other question I'd like, or other point I would like to make is that the positive recommendation of this board to SLIB will act as an incentive, a signal to potential investors all over the country to participate in this financing. And so it is another aspect of this grant application that relates to considerably more than the jobs created and the local community impact. But certainly the investment funds raised will benefit at least indirectly and to some degree directly the community itself and the county. So I just wanted to add those points on to what Dr. McGinley said. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGinnity. Any other questions or comments? Ms. Tomasi.
This is my last one, I promise. Okay, so I'm looking at the contingency and you have contingency of $33,000. Is that enough? How did you come to that? I personally think that sounds very low.
Great question. I think this is where the structure of the grant process results in a little bit of, I don't know, confusion, I'd say, in the process. So the grant is put together through the town of Glen Rock. We provide the information. They put the grant together and submit it to the business council. So, if there's contingency amounts that are needed above that, like I said, we're completely fine backing this and ensuring that this is a successful project. If that needs to be changed there, it's similar to the salary question, right? We were not aware that we were not meeting the requirements until, the last hour before this meeting. It's a very easy one for us to say yes. I mean, our current staffing and our current recruitment reflect that already. So yeah, as far as commitments to doing this, whether it has to be formalized, that's perfectly fine with us. But I think that's where there's arm length difference with the company and the township before this gets submitted to the business council. I think that's where some of that confusion comes in. But yeah, we're fully committed to backing this as much as is necessary and in writing if needed. This is, from our standpoint, we love being part of the Glen Rock community and Wyoming, and we put forth every effort. When we first came, just a little history on the manufacturing, when we first came to acquire this location, we could have easily outsourced our own manufacturing to China or any other medical device manufacturing. And for us at the time, that would have been a fairly sound company decision for the medical company. However, we saw the long-term benefits of having manufacturing close by and then being a contributor to the community. So, we took the risk. Our advisors told us not to do it. And we said, we can make this work and we can make this happen. And then lo and behold, COVID comes along. If we did not have our own manufacturing facility and COVID came along, we might not be even here in this conversation at the moment. We probably would have been quite a bit of trouble as a startup company because all the manufacturers shut down, and as a small company, you're very low priority. We didn't know that at the time, but we knew it was good to invest locally and make sure that you control the supply chain. Taking that further, not only does this create jobs, so the salaries, yes, but we provide health benefits for all our employees. We have retirement plans as part of that. But that facility is also looked at as a model for other startups around the state. And we do tours of that all the time. We have trainees, so Casper College partners with us for internships and training at that location. We have STEM students that come in and learn about engineering and production. Even our own engineers in Casper, we have them go down and work with the machinists because then they can learn how to build and make these parts directly instead of just drawing it out on a piece of, on SolidWorks and sending it over. So there's a lot of other benefits besides just saying, hey, this is manufacturing, we're just making parts and shipping them. That's really the tip of the iceberg. We're creating sort of a development infrastructure, and we're looking 5, 10, 15 years down the road, not just the first 2-3 years of this grant. That's the early stage. We're looking at the potential and what this facility can become. Just like we did the first time around. Again, we never had on the list aerospace or all these other certifications, but we knew once we saw the employees, the quality of the employees and what it meant for the state, for our company and for the town, we doubled down on it, and it wasn't a requirement or a request, we just did it. So yeah, on those type of nuances, those are portions that we could easily commit to and agree upon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Massey, Dr. McGinley. Now, Kathy said that was her last question, but does anybody else have a question or comment? I don't see any hands raised. Thank you to all that joined and participate. And as I stated, we're going to move back to voting, and we're going to start with the first project that we reviewed. So we're going to go back to the Cody project first, and then on to Lyman, and then we'll pick this conversation up. So members of the board, let me just get back to my agenda here. I'd like to open up any discussion that we want to have on the City of Cody, Wyoming Legacy Meat Processing Expansion. Anybody want to discuss this one? Ms. DeVore.
Quick question. It actually takes me longer to figure out how to raise my hand than to just like physical hand. How does the staff feel about the 1% interest rate request? I'm curious.
Mr. Committee Chair, Madam Co-Chair, Mr. DeVore, I can speak to that a little bit, and Bert is welcome to add whatever he'd like, but we are okay with that. We have established we've been trying to be consistent with these loans and the terms on them when we evaluate these projects and working with communities. So the 2% is just, we like to be 2% around a 20-year term, 1% around a 10-year term, and 3% around a 30 years. So that's where we got to that. We are open to that and can definitely do 1%.
I can appreciate consistency. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Any other questions? Well, I guess in asking for a motion, we do have this potential amendment on the staff recommendation. So I guess I would ask for a motion accepting staff recommendation with the clarification on a recommendation for the loan interest rate.
So moved.
And the proposed interest rate on the loan is accepting of the 1%.
motion to accept the 1% and allow the staff recommendation. Yes.
So there is a motion from Ms. Tomasi to accept staff recommendation for funding at the 1% requested by the applicant. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Thayer. Is there any further discussion? I would just note that I think, you know, it was said early on that we appreciate them coming to us with a loan request and not a grant request. And so I think the small concession on the interest rate is appropriate for this one case. All right, seeing no other hands raised, no other discussion. I think we're ready to vote. Would all in favor please say aye?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. Looks like the ayes have it. It is unanimous. We will move on to the town of Lyman. They've requested a grant and a loan. Is there any discussion on this?
I won't be voting on this.
So Ms. Tomasi is recusing herself and also recusing herself from discussion, as I believe Ms. Grenfell shared with us. But she will hang around.
Sorry.
Yep. So
I
Ms.
would
DeVore.
accept staff recommendation to fund as.
I'll second that.
So we do have a motion to accept as proposed. We have a second. I think I would just say I really appreciate this applicant coming back to us with another proposal and taking many of our comments to heart. I think it's a good representation of the diligence we're giving these these proposals. And yeah, I think we ended up with a much better proposal that provides a pretty strong ROI to the state of Wyoming. And so really can't appreciate the applicant enough for sticking with it. And it looks like a good project. Any other questions, comments for discussion? Looks like everyone's ready to vote. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. The ayes have it with one recusal. We will now move on to the town of Glen Rock, McGinley Manufacturing expansion.
I will recuse this time.
So Ms. DeVore will remain silent, recuse herself. Ms. Tomasi, you are back with us and capable of contributing to discussion and asking questions. I'd like to open the floor for discussion on this one. I think we've heard quite a bit. Mr. Kinsler.
Probably just a comment to add to the discussion. I think that when we have conversations around small communities around the state, you know, you can count on one hand the people that are sort of taking the risk that are sort of benefiting those communities to the tune of, you know, 10 and 15 and however many jobs. And I think that that's something that's just really shouldn't be lost on us. Towns are always going to have projects, you know, government entities are always going to have projects. But I think when a really, you know, when one that's sort of created out of thin air comes forth, those are pretty rare and we should take them serious. And so I just wanted to add that. I think you know, the list isn't very long of those kinds of opportunities we have in the state currently. So.
Thank you, Mr. Kinsler. Mr. Ahrens.
Yeah, I guess I'm maybe a little confused on the equipment aspect of what we're being asked to vote on and whether or not we actually can vote yes or not.
Thank you for asking that question, Mr. Ahrens. It's a good one.
Mr. Committee Chair, I think I can handle a little bit of that, right? So they are rules, right? So we do have in rule that we can, we don't fund equipment. The equipment is big CNC manufacturing machines. They are large pieces of equipment. It's not small equipment. So because it is in rule, technically those rules could be waived.
Thank you, Mr. Adam.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Committee Chair. So if we wanted to waive those rules, would that require a separate motion in some way?
Yes, I believe it would.
Thank you.
Ms. Moore.
So I think there's a lot. Bear with me. Apparently my voice is getting scratchier as we work through the day. So I apologize for you have to listen to me squeak apparently. Wow. Okay. So I think there's a lot with this one on the table, right? When we had this in committee, there was a lot of concerns around the wage aspect. And from a business council standpoint, especially with our strategy placement and our aspects, wages is something that's very important to us and has been deciding factors on a lot of aspects. So I like very much the conversation that was being had in regards to the company's willingness to reconsider where their wages are at. And also some of our concerns with the equipment aspects. I do think there are reasons why the rules state equipment is a concern because of the depreciation and what that potentially means to a liability of a community. However, I do think that in the long run, we may need to be making sure that we figure out how that plays, especially in the manufacturing industry. And I certainly appreciate the company's consideration around that and willingness to work with us and try and find an agreement that doesn't stick the community with depreciating assets that they likely will not be able to do anything with if the company leaves. And so trying to figure out an agreement with that. My concern about what's sitting with us on the table is it's not our tradition as a board to negotiate terms or renegotiate the grant in the committee meeting. And I have a lot of concerns with that and setting precedents. But I also recognize that in that we are all proponents of moving at the speed of business and not holding up business within the state. Given that balance and recognizing that there are some concerns and valid concerns that I think the committee as well as probably board members here have, and that we need to figure out how to work through appropriately, and probably working through those in the midst of the board meeting is not the best approach. My recommendation would be that we work through this with the investments committee and then do a special board meeting to make sure that before SLIB, we're able to look at this. And so I'd just like to throw that out for the board to consider, because I do want to still, I think there's a lot of positive aspects to this project. I think it has some really good merits for Wyoming. I do think it's not perfect how it was presented to us in committee and how we're still trying to work out through some of those details. And I feel that is a good balance to try and keep things moving at the speed of business and as fast as we can, but also allowing the board to have the adequate diligence to make sure that the concerns are addressed. So I just toss that out there.
Madam Co-Chair, I like the direction. Like you, I have a lot of questions about this. I like the project, but I think there's a lot of I's to dot and T's to cross. And I think as many of the presenters admitted that there was some learning that was happening on the fly even today. And yeah, I think given a little more time, we probably can come to something that gets us a little bit closer to what we'd like to see. So I like the suggestion. Mr. Coyne and then Mr. Smith.
Yeah, Aaron really kind of took all of my thunder here in regards to the concern on the equipment and the depreciating value. And I guess the only thing that I can add that wasn't already said is I view this a little bit interesting in respect to whether it's a loan or whether it's a grant, especially as it ties to the equipment, because at the end of the day, you know, the value and the revenue stream and everything they're going to do doesn't come from the building. It really comes from that equipment and their success that's going to come out of that. And at the end of the day, if facility changes, even though it would be difficult to remove that equipment, and even though that equipment has been deemed to be really a fixture by its weight and size and mechanics, the math is going to draw that out as to whether or not it's feasible for them to move it or repurchase that into a new facility kind of concept. And so at the end of the day, you know, through the grant proposal and the recapture situations that exist, it's really designed that you can move that forward to somebody else. And if that equipment can be moved or relocated, is the value still there based off of that grant situation? I think those are all things that we need to tackle. I think tackling that offline makes a lot more sense. I think one of the things that gives this thing a lot of air is the commitment by the ownership group and the investment group, you know, to work through those things with us and even be able to commit the ability to understand that, and as it was said many times, put some of those things in writing. And so again, Aaron stole a bunch of thunder, but I think a lot of those things need to be worked through. And I don't know that this is the right forum to do that, but I like the idea of being quick and nimble and being responsive, because this is a really intriguing project for a community that is going to benefit highly from the desire and the investment of the individuals behind the scenes. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coyne, Mr. Smith, and then we have Ms. Johnson.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair and Madam Co-Chair. Madam Co-Chair Moore, I think your idea is fantastic and right on the money. I've been sitting here having very similar thoughts to Mr. Kinsler in regards to, you know, businesses and ideas like this in our communities that are primarily tied to the extractive industries at this point. You know, getting things that are different, getting new ideas rolling is vitally important and important to the long-term growth of the state. So I think this is something we definitely need to continue to look at. And I like the idea of let's take it offline, let's work through the details, because it seems like we're all learning as we go, but still not tying this up at the normal speed of operating, or rather working at the speed of business is important. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Ms. Johnson.
Well, everything Derek said, and then I have one last piece. As we're considering this, not at this meeting, but I think we do need to consider that the depreciation isn't like you're depreciating a computer or a car. These items will depreciate over a very long period of time. It is not something they're going to use quickly, and it's not something that's going to depreciate quickly. So the loan will be paid off before these items are even what, and I don't know the answer to this, but maybe halfway depreciated out. And so if the loan is paid off before even half of the depreciation has gone through, I think we need to take that into consideration also. Just a little point. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. When you refer to a loan, it's a grant request, I guess. So it's not really paid off. Is that, I guess I just want to make sure I understand your comment correctly.
We are talking about depreciation, and so I thought, gee, we need to think about depreciation in a very long term, not these short term ideas that I get from some presentations.
Yeah, I think your comment raises questions for me about, how long are these assets good for? What's the capability of potentially moving them, using them elsewhere? What is the value, right? If we have a building, you can always rent it out to somebody else, but these are specialized pieces of equipment that I don't know exactly what you do with them, but hopefully as we potentially pause on this a bit, take it back to staff, work with the applicant and bring it back to committee, we can answer some of those questions and make sure the whole board is clear. I don't see any other hands raised.
And Alex, I think just for clarification, what we need to do is motion to table this. And I know Amy is also available to be able to provide any clarification that we need on the appropriate procedures for this.
Yes, Madam Co-Chair and Mr. Committee Chair, that is the correct next steps, if that's the board's pleasure. There would have to be a motion to table this application to the next meeting, and that could be a special meeting. What would have to happen though is if that does happen, in that next meeting, we will need to be sure that we take the topic off of the table before we take action on it in that next meeting. And I have been confirming that with our council.
Okay.
And I think it's just very important to note that I know there's been a lot of communication around this. I think there's a lot of definitely lessons learned as going through this, but I know there's been some staff communication with the company and trying to work out all of these things. So I think definitely taking this from an approach of how do we, it's a good project that we all like. How do we keep it moving further and still maintaining our responsibilities of how to appropriately handle some of those situations? So.
Committee Chair Klein, I would move that we table this request until our next scheduled meeting. It would have to be, I believe.
I'm sorry. So you broke up a little bit there, Mr. Brown. Did you say until our next scheduled meeting, or I guess can we just table it until our next meeting period?
I believe that when you forward a motion to table an item, that it has to be established a specific time. Is that not correct, Amy?
Mr. Brown, my suggestion is that maybe the motion could be constructed stating that we would be tabling the item until the next special board meeting or regular board meeting, whichever comes first.
With that language, I make the motion to table.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. We have a motion to table the meeting until the next special board meeting or regularly scheduled board meeting. Is there a second?
And I'll second.
There's a second from Mr. Smith. Any further discussion? No further discussion. Looks like everyone's ready to vote. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Oh, Mr. Committee Chair.
I apologize, Ms. Grenfell.
Yes, and I hate to interrupt your vote. I do know that Mr. Durrell is actually back in the room too. He's on the phone, so you can't see him raising his hand. I think he can probably go ahead and speak after the vote. So my apologies.
I'm sorry, that's Mr. Durrell?
Yes.
Okay. Perfect, thank you. So after the vote, we'll hear from Mr. Durrell. So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. The ayes have it. And we will defer to Mr. Durrell.
And I'm trying, and Ben, maybe you can help me too. So Josh is on the phone and his number is the 307, the first number on our list, the attendee list, the 421 number. Josh, I think you can speak now.
Are you unable to hear me? Are you able to hear me now?
We can hear you now, Josh. We can hear you now.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry for the connection issues. And as I understand it, Mr. Committee Chair and Madam Co-Chair, the vote was to table this decision until further analysis could be completed by the committee as well as the board. And I just want to mention that, you know, many of these things, it just sort of happens this way, that information that's needed or information that comes to us, it happens at the speed of business too. And so many of these things, I do think that the community and the business were working to get to and get to us. I think it's important for us to continue.
Oh, and Josh, if you can still hear us, we can no longer hear you.
Yeah, I
You're
think
back, you're back.
I think as I understand it, the meeting is basically, or this particular vote has been tabled, and I think that makes sense, and I think we can still move at the speed of business and in all practicality for the same amount of time based on the SLID meeting that's coming up, as I understand it.
Yeah.
Correct. And I believe the SLIB meeting is scheduled for February 3rd. Is that correct?
Mr. Committee Chair, is scheduled for Thursday, February 2nd. The first
February
Thursday.
2nd. Okay. It's off by a day. Okay, anything else to add, Mr. Durrell?
No, thank you, sir.
Well, thank you. And I believe we're still 23 minutes ahead. I think we started 45 minutes ahead. So we lost a little bit of time, but we've got, looks like a few other matters. So I will defer back to our Madam Co-Chair.
Perfect. Great. Thank you very much. And following up on that vote, I will guarantee to work very closely with Josh and team and Glenrock, et cetera, to make sure that we get that special board meeting established and we can keep things moving along. So, all right, on to other board matters. A few things here. So first item that I want to kind of go over here before we get into the nominating committee is actually to deliver some mixed news. Mr. John Coyne, who has been a dedicated board member over the years, has been given an excellent opportunity and will be taking that. And which that means for us that we will be losing a board member. And so very mixed emotions as I deliver this. One, very happy for him because this opportunity is amazing for him and the state of Wyoming, but also very disappointed in that he will no longer be on the board. And he's provided some great insight and always there to provide the other side, to make us all think very deeply about what we are doing and the pros and cons. And I know I've certainly appreciated that from John as I've had many conversations with him and, you know, allowed some great advice and really thinking through things. So, John, I'd like to thank you very much and also give you an opportunity to say a few words about where you're going and your time on the board. So
well, thank you, Erin, for that. I have had the opportunity to be invited to serve as a what they call a Class A director for the Kansas City Federal Reserve out of the Denver branch. And so given what I do every day as a banker, it's a unique opportunity to be involved with policy and discussion and impacts to monetary policy and fiscal policy and regulation that really is kind of a pinnacle of what we try to do every day as bankers. And so I have a heavy heart to leave everybody in regards to what these opportunities have provided me for personal growth and friendship, and trying to make this state a better place. But in saying those things, I'm hoping I can deliver a lot of the good sense of Wyoming through the process and what I get to do next. And so I will miss my opportunities here. There's pretty heavy rules in regards to this next opportunity, in regards to conflicts of interest and those kinds of things. And at the end of the day, the attorneys from the Fed basically conveyed that I couldn't serve on both. And so that's where this decision kind of melted down to. So want to tell everybody thank you. It's been a number of years getting to know everybody, and I look forward to still getting to see you and work with you and know you as time goes by. But at this stage, my appointment starts in January, and so this will probably be the last of what I get to do with everybody today. So thank you for the acknowledgement and letting me have this opportunity to say thank you to everyone that I got to serve with. I appreciate it, and I appreciate all of you.
And Josh, I
Madam
know
Co-Chair,
that, yep. I was going to say, I know you wanted to say a few words, and so great. Go right ahead.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Coyne, or JC3 as you're known to many, we really appreciate everything you've done for the board. My very first board meeting was in Grable, and I just remember the hospitality you showed there, the enthusiasm you had for your community, and then over the course of the time that we've been able to share together working for the Business Council, I've always appreciated your advice, your words of encouragement. You were able to give me perspective at a lot of times when we needed it over the last few years. And what I always admire is that you're really, really smart, and you're really, really wise, but you're so unassuming and humble about it that it just makes me feel really lucky to have worked side by side with you and worked and learned so much from you. So I'm also really excited about what you will do in your new capacity, because I think it will still mean a lot to the state, and it'll mean a lot for economic development. So I just appreciate the time that you've spent with us. I hope that it's been as good for you as it has for us, and make sure you stay in touch. Thanks, John.
Thank you very much. That's kind. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, great. Moving along. All right, next item on the agenda is the nominating committee for the 2023 board officers. And so I've asked and they've accepted, but Cindy Johnson and Kim DeVore and Derek Smith have all accepted being on the nominating committee. And so they will work on our next board of officers and have that slated and ready to go for the next meeting. And then a couple of things just to note here. The next meeting of the SLIB is February 2nd. Standing committees dates are all there listed. And the next regular meeting of the board will be Wednesday, February 22nd. However, just to note, given today's events, we will likely be pulling together a special investments committee meeting and a special board meeting. So just please everybody note and watch for communications on that as we roll through this. So I'd just like to thank everybody for their time and their dedication today. And to the council overall. This has been quite the year, lots going on as always. And hopefully everybody has their Christmas shopping done and is ready for the holidays and has a happy, safe, and relaxing holidays. And we will be talking with you all for sure in the new year. So with that being said, if there's nothing else, I will go ahead and take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Law
Second,
and a second from Mr. Klein. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Hey, anybody opposed? Perfect. We are adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Take care.
Christmas to you too.
Yeah.
Yeah, same to you. Thank you.